Good morning and welcome to Day 3 of Budget Deliberations 2023.
Hey, guy.
Going to call the meeting to order. Looking for approval of the agenda. Any additions, deletions? Ready for the question, those in favor? And new business. We're going to start off with the RCMP. Welcome Staff Sergeant Gilchrist. Is it pulled up? Pull it towards you? No, the switch?
There we go.
Yes. Says the guy who rarely turns his mic on. I know.
So good morning, everyone. I had read my proposal there to you folks a couple weeks ago. Nothing's changed. What we're basically asking for is to increase a part-time position into a full-time position strictly for exhibit custodian duties. With the influx of members to the detachment as of recent, that has brought about an influx of exhibits being processed, and so therefore the current half-time position is not able to accommodate the amount of exhibits that are being processed. So that is our ask. The total cost increase to the budget would be approximately $27,768. So I'm here to answer any further questions you may have with regards to our request.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so if we do not approve this, does the RCMP or the federal government have dollars? Is this position always on the city's responsibility?
This would be the municipal position that is that currently exists.
Okay.
We're just requesting that it be turned into a full-time position versus the part-time position that it currently is.
So it's a municipal?
It's a municipal position, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'd like to follow up on that. So if council decided not to support this request, what are the impacts to you and your staff and the detachment?
The impact would be fairly substantial in the fact that I would have to take operational members off the road, have them trained in this particular area, which isn't an easy task. There's a lot to exhibit processing, not only administratively, but just physically speaking, ensuring that the exhibits have been properly tagged and added. They're sent away for various things, for testing wise. There's a lot of training that goes into it, and unfortunately it would require me to basically train operational members to do that job, to fill in the time that it takes to deal with these exhibits. So that's now time off the road that these members are going to experience because we don't have somebody as a support staff capacity to fill that vacancy. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Anything further? Green foamy, red foamy. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Who would you like next?
Hey, Paul. Carly is not here yet. Were you planning for her this morning? And I don't see Sevilla online either.
Hi, Karen. Carly they don't have a request for increased funding or resources, so we didn't ask Carly to come. And Sevilla should be there for 9. If she's not there yet, she should be on her way.
Sure.
So Paul, when you, through the chair to Paul, when you said that Carly won't be presenting, is the ask is the same as always?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, that's correct. So they haven't asked for an increase in FCSS funding. So our responsibility is 20% of the FCSS grant from the province.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, can you just speak to the library request? If you don't have it in front of you, I can, because I have it with me.
Maybe if you want to speak to it, I don't have it in front of me directly, and then I can just chime in at the end.
Okay. Okay, so the presentation the presentation from the library was presented a couple weeks ago with the other outside agencies, and the information that we were able to glean from the library submission was they are looking for an increase of $10,831 to their budget. And of course their budgets are in your last tab. I was unable to see where the increase was based on the numbers that were there. So I'm not sure if they showed last year versus this year. So they're looking for an increase, like I said, 10,831, which is 2.15% of their budget. And then we do have, I believe their audited financials, their draft audited financials have come in, and there's a surplus again this year.
Through the chair. Yes, just looking back at the information from 2020, there was $133,000, 344.56 transferred to reserve. That was their 2020 surplus. And what we are anticipating for a surplus in 2021 is approximately $58,000. So they've had 2 years of surpluses. I didn't go further back than that, but their current agreement states that any surplus they have gets transferred to a reserve for capital purchases.
Is she on now, Karen?
Good morning, Sevilla. Sue just did a brief overview of the library presentation. Is there anything you would like to add?
Oh, I didn't quite catch it. Sorry, my car does not like the cold, apparently. But I did hear part about financial statements. The financial statements that I've received are incorrect and are being currently corrected by the auditors. And my biggest problem is that I never know where we are, where we sit financially because of, well, my ability to get into or have current information from Questica and or GP.
Make sure your mic's on and speaking into it, please. Thanks.
Regardless of that, can she speak to the 10,831?
Svea, can you speak to the 2.15% increase of $10,831, please?
Likely, so when I did my budget, the only thing I've increased really was 2% COLA, and my revenues I pulled from what we had. I had to do, you know, like six months or 4 months or whatever was in there and figure out where I was, and just estimating because I didn't have actual numbers of where I would be at the end of the year. End of last year, end of this year, you know, it's kind of just hoping I'm not over, but, you know, I end up under, or, because we're not spending money on things that we need. But I'd rather not go over. So, the $10,000 increase is likely for our, COLA, and everything else other than numbers moved around should be around the same. I know the council is trying to keep a zero increase, and I'm trying to go with that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Pardon me, thank you. Through the chair, Sophia, you've indicated that the budget information you've been getting is I guess, being challenged or double-checked or whatever. From your position, where do you anticipate your fiscal position will end up at the end of the year based on the budget you received this past year? Are you anticipating a surplus? Are you anticipating a deficit?
I have tried to keep, you know, keep an eye and see. I don't think I'll be at a deficit. I hope not. It's just difficult to see when I go into GP and check, you know, what I've spent on salaries. It's only updated to April. So I kind of have to guess, even though my staff fluctuates. You know, I have people going on maternity leave and holidays, and so I really do have to guesstimate and hope that I strike my target. I've, you know, had to keep an Excel spreadsheet of what I'm spending here, and I don't always get notified of what is charged to us at City Hall. Most things I believe are sent to us for coding, but and then I check against my numbers, and my numbers are totally different, right? A lot of the items in GP right now, I checked yesterday, and they are still, you know, up to September. Some are up to July. Some are up to, like, staffing. Wages is up to date up to April. Like, it's really tough. I mean, I try not to go over. If I have a surplus, fine, but for this year, I am hoping that we can, you know, I can get the staff back to, you know, training. I have some staff that, you know, need some training, and we need some updated stuff. So I'm hoping that this year we will, you know, have what we need. We are aiming for that, you know, not to be over, but I aim for that every year. If I end up with an excess, when I got my financial statements, it said we were over $60,000. And, of course, I freaked out. And then when I check numbers, they come up totally different. And then my board chair, Tim, checks the numbers, and he comes up with, you know, another number. So we never really know where we are until the end of the year. Hopefully when finance gets everything current, it'll be much easier. You know, that's all I can hope for.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm gonna ask a further question then. Because you're uncertain of your fiscal position at the end of this year, do you know what your fiscal position was at the end of last year?
At the end of 2021?
Yes.
No. I do not.
And so through the chair to Sue and/or Finance, what would our record show at the end of fiscal period 2021?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, based on the draft financial statements, we have been working with GT, trying to get them finalized. They were missing any of the facility costs, and so we brought that to their attention. But based on what we submitted to them, again, we are looking at a $58,000 surplus that would be transferred to the library reserve.
Okay. Now, through the chair to Sue then, have we not, has our financial audit statement for 2021 not been finalized then?
For the library?
Well, when we submit for the city a financial audit statement, that would include the financial records of library and FCSS, would it not? So is that, or are they all broken out separately? The city's documents are audited separately from FCSS, separately from library?
Normally, they're all done at the same time, but even the last 2 years that I've been involved with the audit, they've done the city, then they've done FCSS, and then they've done library, or like FCSS and library were done after ours. And again, that's not a normal process, because if we're making adjustments on one, it should reflect on the other. And so that's been, I guess, a little bit of a different process for me than what I've been used to in my career.
So the city's audited financial statement has been finalized and sent in? And FCSS's financial audit is done and sent in? And so the only outstanding one is the library?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bailensley.
Thank you. I think we need to have a conversation. I know that the library's reserves are restricted within the library itself, $58,000 in 2021 and over $100,000 in 2020. Now, we did have COVID in there, but I think that we're going to have a conversation of exactly the amount that we, even though I sit on the library board and I'm a big advocate for the library, I don't think that we, when we give monies to the said library, the intention is to build up a reserve for them. Now, circumstances has given them COVID sizable dollars. Now, what we don't know, because of incomplete financial information, whether or not they're going to be there again. But they might. So I do have concerns of certainly an increase, and past history over the last 2 years have shown pretty substantial adding to the reserve. So I think we definitely need to take a look at this.
Go ahead.
To the members of council, again, I would just like to point out, as we reviewed the non-functional, is the portion of the amount that goes to the library that's for in-kind. So not only are you contributing the 500 and some thousand, you're also contributing over 160,000 for in-kind services, which include the rent, building maintenance, and things of that nature as well.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Svea. Svea, there's a 2% COLA, but there is no movement on the grid for any of the staff?
I don't understand, no movement.
Okay, the only increase in salary will be the 2% COLA.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, the agreement that the city does have with the library, which was negotiated a few years ago, stated that if there was a reserve, that it would go into, if there was a surplus, it would go into the reserve for a future building of the library, which would be to offset costs if that ever had to happen. So the agreement is in place. So the city would have to go back and change the agreement if there was a concern about the reserves. We can't just sit here and say, we got to change the reserves around, because that's not in the agreement.
Councillor Millingsley.
Thank you. I'm not looking to change my comments about the surpluses. I'm not, myself, am not looking to change that. I'm just, the intention of the dollars that were given to the library over the last 2 years was not to add to their future library. It just happens that because they have a surplus in the bylaws, then that money becomes restricted towards a building. And the monies that we gave to them in prior years, that was not the intention.
I will propose that council approve $40,000 less than the I don't have 2022 showing, so less than the 2021 contribution, so 464,400 with no increase, and then we'll leave that to the library board to manage. So we can discuss that. Go ahead. It's 3 strikes, Councillor Nielsen. It's a good thing we're playing 9 innings.
Can you help me understand where you're at with that? Because I'm not following your numbers.
So I've got the city contribution for 2021 on page 8 or 4 of section 5. And I'm just taking, so if the last few surpluses outside, even just the outside of COVID was over 50,000, then I'll take 40,000 off of that so that they're able to manage the budget with that in mind. So I'm proposing 464,400.
Mr. Mayor, without a financial audited statement, I don't know if that's a fair thing to do.
I'm struggling with multiple years of surpluses.
Having sat on the library board and the finance committee for a number of years, I know that when the budget was being done on a zero-based budget, that there would be no surplus. It was in and out with no surplus. And when the surplus arises, it's not an intended result.
Well, I don't think that it is an intended result, but again, we're looking at multiple years of a surplus, and I understand that COVID definitely made things more difficult to offer the programming and spend the money that was there.
The problem here is that prior to Svea taking over, when Rochelle was here, there still were not clear financial statements. Both have been asking for financial statements, I would say, for probably 5-6 years, and never had clear numbers when we were going into budget deliberations or financial deliberations with the library. So that's why the surplus has ended up being such. But what if the audited financial statement comes back and there's a deficit? Then what does the library do?
Then the library can come back to the city and say, I have a deficit, we need to ratify that.
Okay.
I'm way more comfortable with the library coming back and saying, listen, we didn't have our audited financial reports back, we need $57,000 to cover the expenses. I would support that. I don't want to come back for budget 2024 and see another surplus like we have for the last few years.
Thank you.
Barb, go ahead.
I was just going to say that our auditors are anticipating, or we are anticipating, that they are going to have those library ones done to us today. Svea has been involved in terms of dealing with the auditors as well, and they've been giving her copies of those drafts, and she's included in all the questions and things like that that have been asked, so
Okay.
she would be aware of where they were standing.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Actually, my comment was the same, that they certainly could come forward and for a request.
Anything further? Green foamy, red foamy on 464,400, with the understanding that when the audited financials come back, we might have to relook at it. Carried unanimously. Perfect. Do you need any time to transition into the parking lot?
I thought we were.
Oh, right, sorry.
Going to do
Yep.
capital, and then I also have 2 business cases from yesterday that for whatever reason are on your list but did not make it in.
Okay.
Do we need, sorry, through the chair, do we need to approve FCSS even though there's no change? Do we need to give it the green light of that amount?
We can. It would be all encompassed when we approve the budget regardless, but if you
Okay.
want to have a conversation about it,
I'm good.
we absolutely can.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Savea.
Thank you.
Stay warm.
Thank you, you too.
Yeah.
Look at you using one page.
Okay, so from yesterday, there were 2 business cases. One, we were still waiting on some information, is the electric vehicle charging station out front. I'm hoping that I'll have an answer today, because when Kathy and I reviewed it, something didn't seem right in the business case, and so I've connected with a local firm that does those to try and get an appropriate cost estimate. So I should have that back before deliberations are over.
And is there any grant still available,
No.
either provincial or federally?
Yeah, we've
Okay.
missed it. And then the other one is the regional storm study that was brought up through our intermunicipal relations committee. So part of our ICF, stormwater was one of the priorities. And through the IRC, the county basically said that the city could go and do the storm study, and then if it was realized that they needed to be a part of the solution, then they would consider paying for a portion of it. So right now, we've got an estimate for $100,000. I had marked off reserves with the potential to recover from the county, but in speaking with our team this morning, there's also an opportunity for us to apply for the Alberta Community Partnership grant to get this study done. So we will go that route. And then if that is not approved, then we would need to pull from reserves. So we would have to come back to council at a later date and get a different funding source, but we'll try to apply for the grant first. So this is basically looking at the stormwater in the entire basin, trying to determine if there's an ability for the county to contain stormwater outside of our boundaries, or if it has to stay within. What does it look like as a cost sharing from the county? Because a lot of our systems are oversized to accommodate all of the surface runoff that's coming in from the county. The 100,000 was an upward number. We think that we'll be coming in lower than that. We would tap into a pre-qualified consultant, the one who did our utility master plan, so they already have a lot of our storm data. And it would just be looking at the rest of the basin outside of the city to come up with that plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Sue. Sue, will this individual or company have to have permission from the county to do this study outside of city boundaries?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, they would need permission if they were going on private property, but the county indicated through our IRC meeting that, that they were happy to let the consultant come onto their properties.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'm not speaking to the this specific business case specifically, but, so you just indicated that we've got a company that's pre-qualified, blah, blah, blah. And in previous conversations, we talked about the difference between pre-qualification, single sourcing, and I understood from your conversation is even if they're pre-qualified, we still have to go out and tender. So why would we not tender this?
Tip through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Typically, we do that with the higher projects, like construction projects where they're $1 million. Even if we go to our pre-qualified, we typically go to all 3 or 4 or 5 of them. Our consultants that we have pre-qualified, there are 2 of the 3 that could do this work, but given the fact that one of them has our storm information already, this is going to be much cheaper going through them. And so the, I think I've explained this before too, the risk, so the cutoff for goods and services is typically 75,000, but because they can, companies can only sue you for their lost profits, the lost profits in this one wouldn't be worth anybody coming after us. And I think the consultants are all, they understand that we go to certain ones for various reasons, and I don't see our pre-qualified consultants getting upset or coming after us for this. The risk is really low.
And so what, you talked about a threshold of about $100,000. So does that mean anything under $100,000 is considered goods and services? It's not contracted services?
No, it's 75,000 for Northwest Partnership Trade Agreement.
And that's goods and services versus contracted services?
Yeah, contracted services is 200,000.
Thank you.
Anything further? Green foamy, red foamy? Carried unanimously.
Okay. I believe Karen printed packages for council yesterday. There was a desire from council to look at the unfunded as one of the funded projects was not approved.
Trying to find that paper.
Now, there's a list at the beginning of your tab with that 11 by 17 in the capital section for unfunded projects. So we've got the asphalt overlays. That was the landfill road. The neighborhood renewal. The next road that would be up for neighborhood renewal was Parkside. Why can I never remember the name of that road? Parkview? Parkside? Parkview? Thank you. The Peace Hill staircase, again, was in there. 40th Ave rehabilitation. There is underground work that needs to be done between 56th Street and the tracks, and then a full overlay. The water spray park is in there. The airport pavement, year 2, so that's a possibility that could go back up and extend the approved asphalt overlays of 1.7. You could just add to that project. The airport boundary fencing, I believe we had spoken about this previously, where we could put fencing along the highway, Highway 13, and then sell advertising on there as well. The airport terminal renovations, again looking at potentially renting out some space in there. We had by the lake park fencing, the picnic tables, and then entrance signage was presented last year, and I know discussed earlier this year as well, and so that's another one that could be moved from unfunded up, and all the charters are there, so if you have any questions about any of them, we're here to answer them.
What was the plan, or what is the plan on the leaves, branches, grass, clippings, and that to be moving it to the front entrance of the landfill, or having that as a better access for the public?
To the chair, we were waiting for the RFP to come back before we made any major changes, just to see what was going to come from that. We could look at it sooner if you need.
Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, through the chair to Sue, to follow that up. At one point, council had requested a financial report on operational costs of the recycling center versus the way it's being handled now. Where are we at on that?
We've had this discussion a couple times at our breakfast meetings, and the last time I reported on it, we were waiting until the RFP was done in order to, it could be a completely different conversation. So we do know that we're spending about a half-time FTE right now at the recycle center trying to clean up what's left there.
Just to clarify, not clean up what's left, I guess cleaning up what's left there from people who leave the mess there, not from us
Correct.
trying to reorganize the recycling center.
Correct.
It's a half-time position to look after people dropping stuff off where they shouldn't be at the recycling center.
So if we wanted to bring back allowing people to put their grass clippings and branches and things at the current recycling center, how would that happen? If we're still waiting for an RFP, and if there were budget implications, how could that be transformed?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it would just be reallocation of duties. So we did not bring back on the term position. And we do have the ability to look at, Kathy's been looking at her whole team and looking at where we can find efficiencies and do things differently. And so we would bring back a report to let you know how much that is. It could be changing hours or locking the fence, because what's happening, typically what was happening before was, even though we had a full-time person there, they would come in with all the branches and leaves, and it would get so out of control, we would have to call somebody in on the weekend and pay them overtime to load it and take it to the landfill. So there are operational efficiencies to be found in this area for sure, and it's just a matter of, I think, having that discussion with council and getting council to agree on what the path is.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
The airport terminal building renovations that are in here, is anybody currently leasing the roll cage area that's there now?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, no.
Okay, so because of that, I would not be in favor of adding 2 more offices when we don't necessarily have a tenant. If we found somebody that is willing to lease more space, then go ahead, but to build it and hope that we can find some tenants, maybe the plan changes for that building in the meantime or whatever as far as the structure. Once we get the airport master plan back, I think that this would not be a wise move.
Mr. Mayor, through to, I don't know if it's Kathy, but just regarding fees and charges, there were a lot of things that are free at the airport, landing and taking off and tie downs and those kinds of things. Will that be coming back as part of fees and charges, or will that become part of the airport master plan study, or how will this maybe be implemented?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, this is something that will be coming forward through the fees and charges bylaw.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council, I would like to put on the floor the Peace Hills Park staircase we're talking the capital plans, as a use for that CCBF grant that we were talking about. My reasoning behind it, we had a good discussion about it last year as to whether or not it was something we wanted, and I think it's still something that was generally supported, but it wasn't supported for the money. It was a community member that came to us requesting it in 2021, and again, back to last week and a couple emails that we've had, people continue to tell us how much they want us to continue upgrading to the parks we already have. I understand that it would create some infrastructure costs as we go forward, but so would the current staircase that is there. Thank you.
There isn't a staircase there currently. There's.
Oh, it's
like-
the switchback, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking the platform.
There are like decks and outlooks, yep, for sure. I 100% agree, especially when we can use it through grant funding. Not as often as I should, but I go to the city and do the stairs there as well, and it gets tons of usage. I think there's the opportunity for the potential for sponsorship, or like having sponsorship on the stairs, or local companies wanting to be a part of that project as well. And the other thing that I would like to tie to that then is that if we're going to be putting money into the parks like that, both Peace Hills and By the Lake Park, I think the levels of service should be increased, and that would be something that we would have to discuss in terms of budget allocation. Some of the comments that I've had from park users is that we've got like one of the top 3 disc golf courses in Alberta until about July, because it then doesn't get the care that it should. So I would definitely support the staircase, but also like to see the level of service increased at both By the Lake Park and Peace Hills. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue, I'm guessing. What's the maximum amount of that grant that's available to us?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. So just looking at what the spreadsheet I've got going as to what we had proposed under MSI, we have 1.065 million available, and through CCBF, we have 570,000 available. The other one that I would bring to mind is the Community Revitalization Grant, and that's a federal grant. And we did receive funding for the tennis courts and By the Lake elevator in 2022. So that would be a grant. I looked it up yesterday. They are taking intake applications until March of 2023. So we could apply for various park items through there as well. And some of these could proceed depending on whether the grant funding was successful.
And CCBF, what exactly is that?
It's the old federal tax grant, or.
That's the gas?
Yes.
That's the data.
Yep.
And that's not a matching grant or anything like that? I guess, and I don't disagree that there would be people using the stairs and there would obviously be maintenance costs. But the one thing that I've been lobbied for, I guess, is fixing the turf at the football field. And I think that there is far more people and groups that would be using that facility than adding, once again, we talk about adding something new and not taking care of things that we already have. So I will not be in favor of the stairs for that reason, that we keep adding things and not taking care of the things that we already have.
So I've spoken to the user groups of the football field specifically, but definitely the soccer pitches as well, not as often. And then, same as the spray park, have offered to help or even head up the fundraising for something like that, and have never been taken up on that. And that's 3 or 4 years at least for that to happen. If the stairs are estimated at $240,000 through the CCBF, that would leave us over $300,000 for an upgrade to Norm Brown Field. And again, would be happy to help fundraise to make that change, and whether it's to AstroTurf or just upgrading the field that's there right now, I'd be happy to do that as well, but I don't think that we're without the opportunity to do both. Councillor Nielsen?
I too won't support this for the very same reasons. I guess I believe that if there's a real strong desire in this community for stairs, rather than trying to fundraise to fix a football field that we already have, reach out to the community and say, it will cost us $250,000 to build stairs. If you want to contribute to stairs, I think it would give us a far better idea how much interest there is in the community based on how many people choose to fundraise and donate to that. I suspect, and I could be wrong, that we get far more people volunteering to fundraise for the football field because of its use. But to simply take money that I think, and say because it's a grant, let's build new, I think, as Councillor Billings would say, let's take the grant and fix old. And so I won't support that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
I support the Peace Hills Park staircase, also for the fact that not everybody uses the football field. Not everybody plays sports. Not everybody has kids that are in sports. So to me, it is more usable for the rest of the community. To me, it's something that is important because we're going into tough financial times, especially because I've been kind of watching what has been going on with the recession that is about to hit, and they're talking about being in the first quarter of 2023. A lot of people are going to be struggling to find recreation activities, and I think that having a staircase built will be something that will make it a little bit easier for people financially if they can't afford to go to the gym. Additionally, I think that having an additional $300,000 that we could spend, we could put that towards a football field, and we don't know how much that's going to cost yet, so I don't think that taking things off the table, because potentially at some point we might find out how much that costs, I don't think that that's worth it to just give up on this grant for a year and push it off. I think that, yeah, we have $300,000 that we could put towards that as well to fix old as well. So I think that a combination of old and new is a good thing at this point. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
May I move to a different place?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so moved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yesterday, Brenda suggested there was closer to $900,000 in the Memorial Fund Society. Brenda, are there restrictions on that reserve fund as to how it can be spent, or is that at council discretion?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I don't know. We've got a whole drawer of files on the Memorial Fund, and that's something that I think a reconciliation of all the people that had said they would contribute, that needs to be done. I did find a spreadsheet from 2013 where the commitments were made. What currently, I've got a bank statement as of July 7th, there was $839,758 in that account, and there are common shares with the Vision Credit Union of $3,634. I don't know if there's any restrictions. I guess even at this point in time, one suggestion could be is that this money be transferred into the city and put into an investment, and at least we're earning some interest, and some of that interest could be used for parks maintenance and improvements. So I would say at a minimum, that money should be moved until we can identify if there are any restrictions on those funds.
And would this cause a lot of staff time to go back and say, Citizen A, you donated X number of dollars, and are you okay with us going forward? Or now that we have the money, is that ours to dispose of as we see fit?
That would be a council decision. Like, I think it's trying to do some research to find out when that bank account was established and under what parameters, or if there was any kind of agreement with the city. I think that would be one of the things that we need to do some research on.
It goes back to when the water tower was being refurbished for sure, and I don't know if it goes further than that.
What year was that?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. Terry Hoffman, I think, was the one who spearheaded that, if I'm not mistaken.
2010.
Oh, no, it was before 2000, I think.
Was it established prior to the summer games? Because I thought that's what that fund was for, so 93?
No, 93 was the summer games, but the summer games left a legacy fund behind.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't,
Yeah, the memorial fund, that's,
yeah, the money that was being spent by them was from a legacy fund,
okay.
from money that was quote-unquote profit from the summer games. But I'm pretty sure it was Terry Hoffman who headed the Memorial Fund Society to refurbish the water tower. But where I was going with this as well is I don't think we need to spend a whole bunch of staff time tracking down who donated and things. I don't think that that's fair to our staff. That I think if the money is there and has been sitting there for X number of years, unless somebody comes out of the woodwork and says, I don't want my money being there, I don't know how they would do that anyway. But I just don't want to see a bunch of staff time being spent trying to track this all through. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council. You can look this up on the CRA, and it says that the society was created to administer a trust fund to be used to assist in funding the capital costs of recreation and cultural projects in the city of Wetaskiwin. You can also go back from the beginning of time to see how from 1980-07-15, when the society was first effective, and see how we spent all of that money. The last time I looked into this, we haven't seen donations. It's also, you can donate online through canadahelps.org. It's been several years since we've seen donations through that, but in there, it was money that was being earmarked, or at least being, yeah, I think earmarked towards the Manlack Aquatic Center. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to council, what we have found through a number of processes is when we think we have all the information on something and we make a decision, we realize there's an agreement somewhere else that's restricting us from doing what we're going to do. So administration does have plans to go back and reconcile this account so that we can see if we could find any agreements that are restricting it, and if not, then we would come forward to council with a recommendation on what to do with that money. Yeah, we've even this year have run into where we tried to start a process and then found a document in someone's basement that showed we can't do what we were doing. So we're going to make sure that we reconcile this before making a recommendation for council on use.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to the mayor, I'm trying to follow the logic of expecting on the football field of them to fundraise to pay, and yet not for the staircase, if that's your reasoning is that you said that they were given opportunity to fundraise, and I agree. But having said that, if that's what it takes to get a project underway, then we shouldn't go ahead with the staircase, because the young lady that came here didn't say that she was going to fundraise for this staircase.
Mm-hmm. So my rationale behind the fundraising for either the football field, baseball fields, soccer pitches is at specific user groups that utilize that, whereas trails within our community, by the Lake Park, Peace Hills Park, are used by the entire community. So that was my rationale behind getting some support from the user groups to fundraise for part of those expenses. Not saying that if we have the money for it, that I wouldn't support paying to have those done. But it was specific user groups is why I had thought that a fundraising opportunity would be better than just the city paying for it. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
I guess for me, the question revolving around the staircase is $250,000, and we've had, and I'm going to use the word, a handful of people come forward and say, it would be nice to be in our community. I would use it. I think other people would use it. We've had other conversations about spending money on small percentages of our community and what business are we in. I have no idea whatsoever how great a demand there is for us to spend $250,000 and hope that we'll have lots of people walking the stairs. If we had had a large group of people coming forward indicating I've got 200 people signed a petition, we want a climbing stair, that's a different argument for me to spend $250,000 than we've had a couple of people step forward and say, wouldn't it be nice? I agree it would be nice. And whether it's a grant or not a grant, are we spending money without really understanding what the need and or desire is in our community? And that's my greatest concern. A handful of people coming out and saying, I'd really like it. If that's the case, a handful of people coming out, we should have bee farms. A handful of people coming out, we should have urban chicken farming. A handful of people coming out, we should have who knows what. I don't think a handful of people should be driving the decisions of council. Thank you.
And not to be argumentative, we get a handful of people that want more trails in the city, so we build more trails. We have a handful of people that come forward to the city for the backyard chickens. And so that'll be coming up in a council agenda or for a meeting. I would absolutely support bee farms because a handful of people have done that. And it, to me, is for the betterment of the community. I think any of the decisions that council makes generally hears from a handful of people. We had 15 different people attend 2 nights of budget deliberations, which I suspect helped solidify some of the decisions that members of council have made for the budget. So while it's not ideal to have, or not ideal not having the entire community jumping on board saying this is something that we need, we're making those decisions in the best interests of the community. I would support helping fund or fully funding improvements to recreation, regardless of what that looks like in the community, because I feel that that's in the best interest and what will help shape our community moving forward. Yeah.
And not to be argumentative. I think we've got to be careful where our arguments go here. We've had many discussions recently about what business are we in and how much money do we spend for a certain portion of our population. And we've already, in those discussions, have a target number and a budget number that we're now discussing and debating. And if we can spend $250,000 on a handful or more of the community, then do we not set ourselves up for contradiction? I'm being really careful here. Do we not set ourselves up for contradiction when we're saying we need to get out of this business because it's costing this much money and it's only serving this portion of the population? And now we're saying let's spend $250,000 because it might be in the best interest of the community. And I have trouble dancing on both sides of that coin. End quote.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council, I will be argumentative because that's why we're here, is to debate and go through this. When I look at it, I don't see it as being a handful of our community or looking specifically to one person or 15 people who may or may not come forward. I see that we have an amazing park in Peace Hills Park that is well used by walkers, may not, and the disc golf and other things where this is not a, I know it's a new build, but to me, I see it more as we're enhancing the parks we already have, which continues to be something that people are talking to us about, is we have great parks. Rather than building a new park, rather than doing something new, let's enhance what we have. And I don't think that that has to be just repairs to what we already have. End quote.
Thank you. My question is, I'm going to say to Sue through the chair, I suspect that this staircase would be, if built, would be used in the wintertime. Do we have the capacity, do we know what the cost would be to clear said snow that we seem to be getting in November?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the the charter shows an operational increase of about $200 a year. They would have to go out and shovel by hand. Well, is it wrong?
Can't be.
Through the chair to council, it would be $200 per snowfall event to do the stairs.
Any of the other parks that I've been to doesn't maintain them throughout the winter.
And to follow up, do we know the life expectancy of wood stairs and maintenance? I mean, like bridges that we have it.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, they're typically under 10 years with proper maintenance, but they would probably need to be rebuilt in major sections within 10 years.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. There is no proposed year for this, so is this being proposed for 2023? But there is no year there.
No, I know. It's in the unfunded projects, and so Councillor Aberley has brought it forward.
Could I'm going to ask a really silly question. We have $840,000 in the Memorial Fund Society. We have an increase in RCMP costs of $821,000. That's 5.07% tax increase. Could we take the $840,000 that's in tax reserve and put it towards the cost of the RCMP, thus taking our tax increase down 5.07%?
I don't know if that reserve would qualify to look after that cost. In our stabilization fund, we could, and I think that there's enough in there to do that. We would just be then putting our cost off to next year, where we would have a 5.07% increase for 2024 if we paid for it this year through our reserve.
No, we wouldn't have the cost if we paid it right now.
We would. It would pay for...
Because it's carrying over into next year to the same increase.
But there's no fund. So with a tax increase, if we increase if we get an additional $800,000 this year,
yes,
that's in perpetuity unless we lower taxes.
Okay.
So that then looks after the costs going forward.
Okay.
If we pulled it out of reserve, it would be a one-time payment for that.
With no interest on that money.
Correct.
Thank you.
At 2.5% gets you about $20,000. Anything further? To the staircase, green foamy, red foamy. 3-3, it is defeated. Anything else in the unfunded that we would like to have discussed? Before you, I have one question on the CCBF. I know the MSI can be carried forward. Can that CCBF be carried forward, and the federal grant that we may or may not apply for other recreational amenities? If we make that application, does it have to be for a specific project? And if so, is it able to be carried over like MSI is?
So through the chair, the MSI can be carried forward, and so can CCBF, or Canadian Community Building Fund. Those both can be carried forward. The Community Revitalization Grant is for specific projects, and they usually come with a specific deadline. So I think the two, the tennis courts and the By the Lake Park elevator that we applied for in 2022, we have to spend that money, I believe, by March of 2023.
Do you know how much we got for that? For the tennis courts and the elevator?
I can look that up.
Or how much, sorry, maybe how much can we apply for?
I looked that up yesterday, and I think we can apply for up to $1 million, and there is a 25% matching component. So in 2022, we were matching the funds with MSI.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I would like us to consider bringing By Lake Park picnic tables for $27,000 forward to be funded from CBI, CCC, KX, Y, and Z. And I can't repeat it, I'm sorry. Again, most or many of the picnic tables out there look like old swayback horses, and I don't know how you can put anything down on there that would be a liquid cup and hope that it's going to stand upright. But so for those people who have liquid cups and they want to have them stand upright at the By the Park picnic tables, I would ask that we consider that.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to, I think, Kathy. When you were speaking yesterday about, sorry, I just had a brain, furniture, and I understand that we were talking outside of By the Lake Park, but we were also talking about projects within By the Lake Park. I am still making sense. Would these picnic tables be included in that second larger By the Lake project?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, there could be potential for that $15,000 from the park maintenance to purchase some picnic tables. It won't cover the cost of everything at By the Lake Park, but it could certainly pay for some.
And then as we had it in wherever, the unfunded things here, would this be, that $27,000, would that be like all the picnic tables and they're the best picnic tables ever? And I can have my coffee at them, because I think that's what I said.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, so the $27,000 would fund about 18 picnic tables, which I think that may be all of them in the park. The best ones ever, I can't comment, but it would hold your coffee without spilling, yes.
Thank you.
Which is sometimes better than what you can do, because you still. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Love the idea for the picnic tables. I'd like to counter your offer. So we have one of the charters, we have the By the Lake Park upgrades, and since we do have so much money in that fund, we could do almost all of the upgrades for half of what that fund we can apply for, because if we can apply for up to $1 million with that fund, for $527,000, we could get done all of the upgrades to By the Lake Park, except for the trail replacement for 3 meters wide, the pond dredge and rehab for $1 million, and the parking lot overlay. And the reason why I left out specifically the parking lot overlay is because that was a 2028 project, so I feel like that's so far in the future that we would need to do that we don't need to do that right now. But yeah, I would like to see us do everything to the best of our ability, because if we're going to just replace some picnic tables, I don't think they'll make a huge difference, but I think that trying to beautify our park to the best of our ability with the funds that we have right now, because you never know when grants are going to go away. So, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
And I would support that. But I also think that we possibly could look at this at the same time, and if we're going to make a big splash out at By the Lake Park, that's where I'm going with this, is to investigate the spray park out at By the Lake Park at the same time, using the monies that are sitting in that memorial fund. I know it doesn't look like it's going to cover, but the Lions did make a presentation last week and said that they would look at doing a contribution to it as well. My only concern about it would obviously, I think somewhere in here it said it was a $50,000 per year upkeep to that, so keep that in mind when building so said splash park.
Is the infrastructure in place at By the Lake Park to support a spray park?
Through the chair to council, there is. The difference would be depending on the type of spray park that was in there. If it had a recirc system, we would need operators out there to test the water, which was another reason why it was more convenient to have it at the pool. But that doesn't mean that we can't have staff go out there and test the water.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Kathy, one of the questions, the tables that are being proposed for By the Lake Park and other parks, are they going to be metal as opposed to wood or concrete?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I guess it hasn't been fully decided on what is coming. I mean, they could be composite, I guess it really depends on if the budget is approved and what we can find for that price.
But it would probably be something that was lower maintenance than wooden tables.
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing is, and I don't know if Paul knows this, when I brought it up the last time that I felt that there was infrastructure on the west side of the Manluck Center for a spray park. Was I incorrect when I said that?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the old pool is still in the ground on the
West side.
Thank you, west side. So if the spray park was to go there, we would try to utilize the infrastructure that's there.
Because if I remember correctly, because the doors on the west side open from the Manluck, then people would have access to a spray park, and then they would be able to go back inside and shower and change their clothes and those kinds of things. We also talked about transportation being a detriment to some people in our community. So to me, it would be better that it would be going next to the Manluck Center than out at By the Lake Park. Then we don't have people having to maybe travel so far. Anyway, I just think that if we're looking at that, then how much money would a group have to come up with? You were talking about the football field, turf on the field, or the hog barn. They're talking about they'd like the hog barn fixed up as well or replaced. We're talking about a spray park. How much money, in your mind, does a group have to come up with before council's going to say, oh, that's a good project, we'll help you out?
I don't have a number in mind.
No, but maybe the Lions have $10,000, or maybe the Lions have $50,000.
Yeah, I'm absolutely.
I know that's kind of a rhetorical question, but at the same time, maybe somebody comes in and says, I got $500,000 and I want to build a field house. So, I mean, we have to watch where we're going here. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't look at my notes. When we're talking about by the lake park too, we talk about safety quite regularly. We've talked about safety out there. Is there any plan to put solar lighting somewhere, like intermittently or around the path? It might be more conducive to people walking as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we did put a few out there that we had grants for, and the plan was to continue to do that as long as grants were available. If council wants us to put in a charter, we could do that.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I am also in support of Councillor Blatz's proposal. I would ask that we leave the spray park addition out and discuss that separately, only because while I support a spray park, I don't necessarily support it being funded as stated. So that's what I would ask, is that we talk spray park separately from the larger by the lake park dream that we currently have.
I was just about to bring us back. I got excited as soon as I heard spray park and totally lost sight of where we started off with our original proposal.
Squirrel?
Yeah.
I was going to say that my proposal is super exciting, okay?
I was excited, and then I got more excited, and then I got even more excited. So back to Councillor Nielsen's proposal of the picnic tables, and then Councillor Blatz adding in a couple of the other projects that were on the unfunded projects as well. Anything further to that? And do we have a dollar figure for it and a funding source?
For the amount of the projects that I added in, it was $527,000, and it was for that CCMBF
yeah.
grant.
Sorry, which grant?
CCBF.
It was towards the back.
Towards the back, yeah. Somewhere in the document.
I'll find out what she has identified. Okay. Gabby, can you let Karen know where your projects are?
Yes.
Just so she can highlight those as well.
So the only ones that are left out is the first one in the table. So that one's a no. The second one that's a no is the pond dredge and rehab. And the third one that's out is the parking lot overlay at the very bottom. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, there we go.
Councillor Nielsen.
I was just going to say I'm fully in support of this. I talked about...
How about your mic? That's where it may as well sit.
I'll get down speaking to it. I'm fully in favor, as I spoke the other day. I think it's time for a complete revitalization as opposed to piecemealing it. And the only reason I threw this out today at $27,000 was at least to get the conversation started. So I'm happy to support the suggestion that's being put forward.
The only thing that I don't support on there is the outdoor school. We had a presentation coming from one of our residents talking about wanting to have some kind of interpretive area out there, and I don't know that we need to build something out there without a plan in place for it. Councillor Billingsley?
As I said, I was definitely in favor of that, and to the school, if there's something else that possibly may fill that gap, we could leave it out for this year. Having said that, we have left out $2 million worth of things that still need to be done, and I think it's important that these things not be forgotten about and putting money aside, because dredging of that pond is actually very important. As we know, we lost a life out there that was extremely tragic, and I don't know for sure if that would have saved this young lady's life, but I think it's important that we take a look at this.
Sue?
Sorry, I just have a few comments for your consideration while you're debating this. The intention of this project, when it was originally put in, was a multi-year. So I do believe Kathy has someone coming back from mat leave, so I think from an operations perspective, they can manage this, but some of the pieces might be, it might turn into a 2-year project, depending on what we've got there. And the other piece is it doesn't make sense to do the bridge rehab right now because it's actually not needed until 2035. So that's an additional 9,000, yeah, on that second page at the top there, that we could pull out of that. And yeah, of course you have the overlays off too. And then I think there was a question from finance on funding.
Through the chair, I wondered if we could suggest applying for the Community Revitalization Grant, and if unsuccessful with that grant, then use the Community Building Fund.
Sure. Oh, right, yeah, absolutely. That federal grant, yeah, with the 25% matching component.
Yes, it's a competitive one, so, I mean, we don't know if we'll be successful,
Right.
but if we can use those funds, if we don't have another project earmarked for those, why not try to apply for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have one last question, actually. For the gazebo, I noticed that was priced out at $12,000, which worries me because that sounds like it's underfunded, because currently the one that we have is just kind of like a wooden shack. And I would just be worried that we would have more of the same, like it would be rebuilt to the same standard as the last one.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, it was based on one that we did in Parkside with a concrete base and a structure up top, and then I believe they added in some extra money on that to have a contractor do it. So we would capitalize on having contractors out there doing the rest of this. So we do believe that
Excellent.
it'll be within budget.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Billingsley. Is your mic on?
Probably not. The picture garden, is that Virginia Lehman's presentation that she brought to us 8 months ago, a year ago? That's what it was, yeah. So where are we at with that in this?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe we reported back on that one already. Our staff had talked to her, and we already do memorial dedications, trees, benches, and she was made aware of that. This particular one was more of a destination type. There's a lot of space that's open. There were a couple of options to extend the parking lot over to the south of the driveway and the existing parking lots. And this was actually put in instead, where we could create almost a venue where people could come for wedding photos or family photos and utilize that space that's sitting there right now. It's been done in other communities with even just old barnwood and creating just spaces for people to come and hang out. And it could be, we did talk to her at that time too about maybe putting in a labyrinth or something else that could be used for memorializing people. So yeah, that was what that was intended for.
And don't know who brought up the solar lights. Is there anything in this to add more so that you could actually go, so it is lit?
There's not. Again, we could look and see what grants are out there. Or if council wanted, we could add it to the project, but we'd have to get a cost estimate on that.
Councillor Blatz.
How did she know it was me? She didn't look up.
I don't need to.
Just sensing it. Thank you. So I'd be interested in adding the lights to the project. I know we'd have to get a cost estimate. The reason why It sounds kind of weird, but I'm sure that I'm not the only person that had this happen. I ran into a herd of deer like numerous times while I'm walking around by Lake Park because I can't see them around the corner, and so like it's happened numerous times, so it freaks me out every time. But just as a safety thing, I think that would be pretty great if we did have lights out there, especially if they're solar, because then we don't have to really worry about doing anything electrical other than setting up the lights. So.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was kind of cut off yesterday when I was talking about this, so I hope I'm on topic today. But
I don't think you were cut off. I think you were kept on topic.
Well, I guess that's, anyway, we are a winter community, and I think we really, in the justification, it says, as well as establish a year-round use of the trail system by providing a variety of outdoor recreational activities to a full range of users. And there was a request when we were meeting last week about more outdoor rinks, and again yesterday or the day before. I really think we could use by the lake park for skating. We could have skating parties if there was lighting there. Somebody has requested that we have a fire pit out there. You could have fire, and we're talking about maybe tobogganing, ice fishing, winter activities. We always seem to focus on what happens in the summertime, but here we are for the next 6 months with winter. So I think that there should be something looked at, that we can look at, even winter tourism, which Edmonton seems to have really garnered very well, and I think we should look at some of these things too. Thank you.
Do you have a proposal or something you'd like to bring forward if we're going to be applying for that federal grant, something that we could include into that?
Well, one of the things in my vision, when they have Hockey Day in Canada, I thought we could have a large outdoor hockey tournament with, instead of going indoors, we could have all of our teams, we could make 6, 8 rinks out there without boards, just having snow windrows as the boards, quote unquote, and then just have hockey tournaments out there. And at Jasper Park Lodge, the lake that's there, they have skating trails all around the lake. We could have skating trails around our lake, so you're not just skating in a circle, but you could maybe go in different places. So I'm thinking about that, and ice fishing. We have lots of people who go out to Pigeon Lake to ice fish. Maybe some of the youth would like to have a chance to ice fish in Wetaskiwin. So that's just a couple of things that come to my mind. I'm sure that the community would have lots of ideas, just kind of like stairs at Peace Hills Park. So thank you.
Now you're going to be ruled out of order.
I'm not trying to be argumentative.
Too soon. I don't think taking shots is argumentative. Yeah, go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to council, I wonder if this does get approved, what we could do is go away, price out the things you've asked for, put together a plan, a concept plan, so you could see and agree on what gets done out there rather than leaving it to chance, because Kathy and I are engineers, so might not be what you're thinking.
Councillor Billingsley. I think that would be good in terms of what we put together for a proposal for the grant.
I just have 2 questions. Can we have skating back on there? I taught my children way back in the day how to skate poorly, but nonetheless to skate on there, but I don't believe that they're skating on there any longer.
Right, so through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, this was asked last winter, and the staff reported back and said we could do it, but it's not reliable because we are depending on the weather. So if there's enough thickness to put the equipment and people safely on there, then we can, but it has been a practice that most municipalities are trying to get away from because of the liability, which is why we put a permanent skate trail in as an option. So we're looking at something off the lake permanently that we can just flood.
And after by the lake park was built, they put a fence on that hill to stop people from tobogganing. Is it necessary? And if it's not necessary, Is that something that we can look to replace so we can actually have tobogganing out by the lake park?
We have considered this because when we were looking at this original charter, we wanted to maximize all the spaces that were not forested. The trail is a conflict there, so we would have to find a way to create some sort of toboggan trail to get them away from jumping the pedestrian trail. But it is definitely an option that we can look at.
So on the south side of the church in Beaumont, on that big hill, they set up a row of bales. Why is that funny?
I like the idea of a ramp, and then you can take pictures.
I think we've built
It
jumps.
could be like a water slide,
Or
really.
a big jump to go over top of it.
Well, I mean, you got to be a little creative if we're going to build or put some
Overpass.
infrastructure there, and overpass, and get you on the lake, and you can just skate around.
So if we just pick an amount, a dollar amount, and then from there have administration come back with the things we can do for that amount, is that a better way of going about it?
It'll go two ways. So if we're going to apply for that federal grant, we
Yeah.
would just need to match the 25%, and then understand that if we aren't successful with that, that we're willing to take out of the CCBF or the Memorial Fund. I don't know if it's a specific dollar amount if we're looking at a matching grant, but I think we should come up with a list of things that we'd like to have done out there, apply for the grant with the understanding that we might need to backstop that through another reserve. Do you know when does a grant application close?
It closes March of 2023.
So we
So
wouldn't know.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into more details as to are they approving as they're doing the intake or whether that's just the final intake date. So we'd have to do some more research on that.
So to Councillor Billingsley's question, can we approve what we would like done, knowing that we might have to pay the full shot, make that application, and then still have the work scheduled to be done, and then the funding either coming from that federal grant or from either the CCBF or our memorial fund?
To the chair, I would suggest we apply for the grant right away,
Yeah.
and the sooner we
Oh,
hear,
no,
the better,
absolutely.
yeah.
That's what I mean, just so that council knows that they might be covering the entire cost if we're not successful with the grant. I would just like to move forward with this so that we're not waiting until March to have the work done, or to look at having the work done.
Yes, and we can top this up with MSI. That's what we did in 2022. I don't think the Community Building Fund allows us to stack grants.
Okay.
But MSI does. So MSI would be an alternative for the 25% funding. But once we submit the application and get feedback, then maybe we could bring an update to council.
Okay, can we have the list of the projects that we have? We can vote on them, and that can be our direction to administration on what we would like to see done out there. They can put something together, get us the cost, and apply for that federal grant. Yeah. Skate trail, green thing, red thing.
What about the first one?
The trail replacement? Oh, I'd taken it off. I thought council we'll start with. Okay.
I'm just wondering if we don't go
Through everything? Okay, so skate trail is good. Trail replacement to 3 meters wide. That is not carried. Picnic tables. That is carried. Bridge rehab not needed. The bridge rehab isn't needed. Gazebo reconstruction, good. Outdoor school, not included. Pond dredge and rehab. Carried, sorry, I have to count twice sometimes. Playground equipment replacement. That is also carried. Fence repairs. Included. Pedestrian bridge. Included. Event pictures, garden, That is included. Interpretive trail signage, included. Parking lot overlay, not included. Anything else you'd like to see added? Oh, solar lights?
Oh,
Carried. What?
I didn't,
Could I, I'm sorry.
I'm waiting to hear what's happening over there.
sorry. Through the chair, to council, I'm not prepared to vote on solar lights right now because I would need to see what came forward for them. I don't think a general solar light project is something that I'm in favor of. I would need to see that first. If By the Lake Park is meant to also be a wildlife habitat, I would like to see some information on the impact of solar lighting on our migratory, I can't even say the word, birds that live in that area as well. I don't think the deer care, but the birds might. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just one other thing I think would be benches. Oh, I don't think that's on the list, is it, or am I not reading correctly?
No, not yet.
And can I just ask,
Can we vote on them one at a time?
okay, sorry.
And I just want to go back to Councillor Aberley's comments on the solar project. Can we have a solar project with the understanding that we have the information brought back on the effect that it would have and where the lights are placed? Would that help?
Yes, but the motion was passed anyways. I was just giving my opinion.
Yeah, no, but I think that that's an important piece to it. I don't think we should just go and do something without that consideration. I didn't have that consideration when I voted. You brought
Thank you.
New information. Solar lights are, we're going to have a quick discussion to make sure that we're getting what we need out of it.
Okay.
Is that something that we can add in there? Okay. Is that okay?
Is there a big cost for a study to find out what solar lights, how they impact birds?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's ties in a little bit to the discussion yesterday about wildlife. The only thing we worry about is birds and the migratory, but I don't believe lighting has an impact on that. We do have a specialist that we can tap into, and we'll get an opinion letter for maybe $1,000. You should also think about being an environmental consultant. They make good money.
I hope you have a list started as well.
I'll put that down.
Go ahead.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Aberley. There was a really good Municipal World that actually was talking about bird-safe cities, and they were talking about a lot of the factors that play into why most cities aren't bird-safe, and solar lighting actually wasn't one of them. So if it is a factor, I wouldn't assume it would be a big factor. So just wanted to put that in there.
But
She just said yes.
But I do agree with you.
through everybody to everybody, with being punchy already on day 3 of budget, I need to see the study before, like, I need to see that.
Yep.
Because it's my concern.
If Trump said it was okay, would that be right?
Yeah.
But shouldn't it be a motion of council to get this study and not just one person say they need the study?
That's why we're revisiting it.
Okay.
So solar with the research done on the impact to the birds. We're not going to light up the lake. We're going to try to light up the trails. So I would say that
well, if we were lighting up the lake.
Can I get heavier ones? This one would go. Solar with the understanding that we're going to make sure that it doesn't have an impact on the wildlife at the park.
I just need clarification before I vote. So you're saying that then we will spend $1,000 on a study?
If it comes to $1,000, or if it's a a question of, can we put lights up around the park that face dark sky friendly lights that look at trails, not the rest of the park? Does that have an impact on wildlife that's out there? I don't know that that's a $1,000 study, although I'm not a wildlife migratory bird specialist.
See, this is where I'm having troubles with this. I'm in favor of the solar lights. I'm not in favor of a study.
Okay, we'll do them as two separate straw polls. Go ahead, Councillor.
Couldn't it be just as easy as talking to Fish and Wildlife or something as opposed to a study and everything else?
I don't know. I'm not
I know, I'm just thinking though. I'm with Councillor Billingsley.
We'll separate the two. So
Okay.
solar lights, would you like them there? There's going to be two votes, Councillor
I
Everett.
know, but
Okay. Well, it's carried, so now we'll go to, we'll go to a study done to make sure that, up to $1,000, a study done to make sure that solar lights don't affect the wildlife of Bud Lake Park. Yes.
thank you. I would just like to say at this part, I understand it's $1,000. I don't know why I'm losing my voice.
Emotional.
We do have 4 pillars in our strategic direction, and the 4th one is environment, in that we look at these things to make sure that we are making sound decisions, and I don't believe that I believe should we go forward without the study, we are not living up to one of our strategic pillars. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
I would just say, Mr. Mayor, that the staff is aware of what we're talking about, so I think they would be prudent when they were ordering those lights and placing them. Thank you.
I think that if there's still a cost that's going to be associated with it, it still should be a direction of council. So up to $1,000, making sure that we don't have an impact on the animals at the Bud Lake Park, including migratory birds. Carried. Sorry, you had something else to add.
So
Benches.
I added benches, Mr. Mayor, and then I had one other thing to
Okay.
ask.
Do you want to speak to the benches?
No, I just think that with the number of people that we have in our parks, that sometimes people need to stop and have a rest.
Do you have a number of benches in mind? So
No,
that
I-
we can you come up with a number of benches so that we can have
But there's benches out there now.
a dollar figure?
There are some benches there, and I just think that we would need a few just strategically placed so that maybe after an incline, and there hasn't been for a while, that maybe there be one. And I'm not just thinking of seniors, I'm thinking of children as well as people who have ambulatory needs that may need to rest. So I don't have a number in mind, no.
Can you make a number up? Without a number, administration can't come back with a budgetary impact.
I will.
Thank you.
Three more in addition to what are there.
3 more. Where would you like them strategically placed?
Oh, gee.
In between the ones that are already there.
Those in favor of 3 benches strategically placed between the ones that are already there.
Strategically placed on the back.
Where appropriate, how about
Oh,
that?
man.
Okay. Carried.
My other question was, and I don't know if anybody, Paul may know this, we used to have a tracker for cross-country ski trails. Whoops. Obviously,
No, inside story.
I don't want to go there. No, but I'm thinking grooming trails, whether they be, maybe we get permission from the golf course, or, why are you looking at me through your tube? Anyway, my question is, cross-country skiing is one of the winter activities, and we used to have a cross-country ski tracking machine. Do we still have it?
No.
Okay, we don't. Okay. So if we were going to groom trails, we would have to borrow one from somebody.
Yeah, or buy one. I think the last one got in the track and just kept going.
Okay. Understood. I'm reading between the lines. Thank you.
Are you making,
I have no idea what one of those machines would cost.
would you like to have that brought back as part of our
Well,
application?
Well, yes, I would, for the simple reason that our air cadets used to go to Camrose to practice biathlon. They would do the cross-country and the shooting, and they fared very well in Canadian competitions. And I think there would be more than one single group that may be interested in cross-country skiing. So if that's not too difficult a challenge, yes, I would like to see that brought back, and maybe include a chain and a lock that would go with it so it doesn't disappear. Thank you.
Paul, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to speak to the cross-country ski trails. We do have a machine still that does put those trails in. We put them in every year at Peace Hills Park. It's a recreation operations staff that do that work. We've been doing that since I've been here. If council wants to see those trails outside of Peace Hills Parks and other spots throughout the city, we would want to know that and get that direction. But at this point in time, every year we put the cross-country ski trails out of Peace Hills Park.
Sue?
Sorry, just to add to that, we don't actually own the equipment. It's being lent to us by Johan. And he is part of a group in the community that gets together and tries to, that's why he's been lending it to us.
And that group weekly goes to Camrose
Cameras, yeah.
to do cross-country, because the trail system here is not extensive enough for that group.
So we should have a trail between the Bark Park and Peace Hills. Would that help?
That would work. Small cost, too.
Okay, so Councillor Elliott would like to know how much our own machinery would be, or trail system maker would be? Okay. Those in favor? Yeah, Paul just spoke. Well, I can't help it that he stopped speaking.
Paul, do you still have your hand up to speak?
No, I don't. I apologize. I will put that down, and I will. I'll put it down. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Trail maker thing, price coming back from administration. Carried.
So may I pursue this conversation a little
Yes.
bit? So if our trail system is limited to by the Lake Park.
Peace Hills Park, I think you said.
Oh, Peace Hills Park, I'm sorry. And we have an active group. Is there a way we can make a request of an active group to seek out areas that they would like to ski in that we might be able to help facilitate access to? I think it's one thing for example, a golf course to give it to a group versus the city leading the trail parade. I hate to see, especially in light of looking at the cost of having a machine, I hate seeing people leave our community to access facilities, buy gas, go to bars and restaurants in another community, when in actual fact we have got lots of land and space here to create a fairly extensive ski trail. And I don't know how we partner with them to try and expand that trail system. And I'm not talking about doing land renovations or clearing wood, or I'm just
Making the trails available.
making trails places. Yeah.
Paul, is that something you can do with that group?
Our team could reach out and connect with them to see if there's an ability there.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 14-minute break. Welcome back. Anything else you would like added to the wish list for By the Lake Park?
Oh, for By the Lake Park, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay. I'm just looking for approval for administration to, sorry,
Carry on. There's more I want to add, so.
to By the Lake Park?
No.
Okay. Looking for direction from council on putting together that list, creating a grant application, and letting us know what the dollar impact is, with the understanding that if it's not covered with the federal grant, that we would back it with the CCBF grant. No, that wouldn't be enough. The Memorial Fund Society grant. MSI would cover what the federal grant didn't. If we got the federal grant, we could backstop it with MSI. If we don't get that federal grant, we have to have a funding source for it. Comments, questions? Go ahead. Green, foamy, red, foamy. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
Are we finished with this last year then?
With By Lake Park?
No, the unfunded?
No.
Okay, when we're all done that, I've got a question related that I think needs to go to Paul.
Okay. Anything else from the unfunded that you would like to have a discussion about? Go ahead.
So does that mean this water spray park is on hold?
Unless somebody brings it forward as a direction of council, yes.
Well, considering we passed on the $1 million of cleaning up the lake itself, I don't see dollars amount being able to.
That dredging was included in that list.
No, I know.
Okay.
But that was $1 million.
Yep.
About the same price as a spray park, so I will leave it be.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll keep you guys silent.
Sorry. I was just asking the question about the spray park, and well, obviously, it's just gonna a next year thing.
It can be a this year thing, and I'm happy to help fundraise for it, for anybody who would like to head that up. Councillor Nielsen.
So my question is, council established a working group under the help and direction of Paul to address questions regarding the impacts on our houseless, I think that's the right term now, vulnerable population, and its impacts on our community in relation to garbage and business operations and who knows what else. And I don't want to take steal any thunder. I know Paul is coming back with a report on the 14th. It was a really good discussion meeting. However, if there are financial implications that come out of that, how does that work into this? Is it a conversation outside of these budget conversations as part of just approving the budget? And if there are financial implications, how do we weave that into these budget discussions?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe the best approach would be to come back to council and fund 2023 initiatives through a reserve and then include it into the taxes moving forward if it were a forever.
Ongoing.
Yeah.
So based on Paul's report and outcomes, it could then be added under a reserve?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. My question is about one of the other business cases that isn't ready yet, but we're supposed to have information for by the end of the day. It was for the electrical vehicle charging stations. Tyler Marigandum asked if we missed the grants for federal and provincial on it, was the grant supposed to go towards more electric vehicle charging stations? Is what the grant was supposed to go towards? I'm just trying to follow what's going on with that because I might have a grant.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, the grant was, we were able to use it for new or existing upgrades. And the one that we looked at was through AB Munis, and they were no longer taking applications.
Okay, so in which case, I know that we're getting that information back later. However, there is a grant through Green Municipal Fund Council for electric vehicle charging stations that we would be eligible for under their pilot program.
Perfect, we'll look into it.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. What? We have had some discussions with regard to selling community assets. So what is the process that if we were to sell an asset, where those revenue sources go to? And I can't be specific.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it depends on what the asset is. So some assets are in policy that they go, for instance, if we sell land, it goes into the land fund. But there are other assets, if it were equipment, it would go back into the equipment reserve. If there was no defined reserve, then we would look to council to give us direction on which one. We would obviously make a recommendation on which one we thought it should go into.
But if it was infrastructure like, say, fire hydrants or lights or that kind of thing, is that the direction of council as to where those funds would go then?
It is, yeah. And we do have a couple that don't have funding sources. Or the money could be used for specific projects. It really is at the discretion of council.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Can we get into the prioritization document?
If I can find it now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Okay, so we have previously presented the document that you have to council for consideration. When looking at our priority-based budgeting and the programs that we offer, there's an opportunity for council to go in and adjust the programs. Depending on what programs you'd like to see adjusted, administration would then be able to let you know how much of a savings there would be if we were out of the business of certain items. We did highlight ones that we either have ongoing currently or other ones that were in yellow on your sheet that could be potential new ones. And of course, if there's anything else that was provided out of the 80 insights, they're open for council to have that discussion, and administration can let you know if you choose to get out of those businesses, how much savings you would find.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. I'm really struggling to figure out what is in camera and what is not. And I'm wondering if we don't go into camera, discuss what needs to be done in camera, and things that are not then could come back to here so that I don't mess up and speak things that I shouldn't be.
Sure. Make a motion to go in camera, and we will keep the in-camera stuff in camera.
So moved.
Those in favor? Carried, thank you.
I was hoping we'd stay here. I want to see you mess up.
Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. We are going to break for lunch until 1:02. Convened officially, so.
We'll get it today.
Okay. Yeah, was there anything further on the PBB stuff?
Yes.
Okay, we've got PBB stuff, the BIRs, and the parking lot.
Well, I'm assuming PBB would include ROI.
So if council wants to discuss the amount coming from PBB sales, you still need to make that.
Okay. So can we put that into a parking lot then, please? Your worship?
Absolutely.
I think we should clarify what PBB and ROI and
Priority-based
VIR,
budgeting
no, but
and return on investment.
for the public?
Yeah, I am. That's why I
Okay.
said priority-based budgeting and return on investment.
And BIR is Budget Information Request?
Yeah.
Which is an acronym, yeah. WXYZ?
I hear all this. I don't know what they're talking.
So utility ROI.
I thought PPV was a pretty big budget. Peanut butter banana.
So anything further on the priority-based budgeting information that was presented a couple months ago and then Karen had made available again for us yesterday? The big sheet. This one, yeah. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the elimination of fitness classes at Manlock Center.
The which?
Elimination of fitness classes
Oh.
at Manlock Center. I think that if there is a need for fitness classes, that if somebody wants to come forward and have fitness classes at Manlock, they can do that, but I don't think that there's any reason that we should contract that service out.
So just having the room available so that somebody could come and rent the room, just not the city contracting those instructors.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Clarification?
yep.
Through the chair to Councillor, no, through the chair to Sue. We have staff that run programs, and then we have contracted services coming in providing programs. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, do you mean for fitness class?
Yes.
Yes, we have both.
And so we're eliminating the contracted ones.
Correct.
And do we set enrollment limits? So a class will not run unless it has X number of people registered.
I would have to defer to Mr. Edgington for that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, yes, we would have enrollment minimums. I can connect with our staff to determine exactly what those are, but we would have enrollment minimums.
And when we offer fitness programs and set the minimum enrollment, is that based on cost recovery, or are all those programs subsidized?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I am just, if you give me 1 second, I can determine what level of cost recovery we shoot for in regards to fitness classes.
Thank you.
Since we're talking about priority-based, and in my opinion, one of the priorities is getting these bills through the utility company sent out. Are we not doing this? Oh, we want to just finish the discussion on that, fine, yep.
But for me to vote on that, I also would like to understand what's happening on the other side, which is what Paul's trying to get us right now.
But, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but at the same time, if I choose to run a class and I put it out there that I'm going to run this class, and it's going to cost you $10 to come, and I'm paying rent on the room, does it really matter how many people show up as long as I don't go over the maximum capacity?
Right, they run the room, and they have one person that shows up, 20 people that show up.
Correct. So that it doesn't,
The city's not being in charge of contracting that.
correct. This would be individuals renting the space. And at this point in time, we are still hiring contractors to do fitness. Is that my understanding? My understanding is we are still hiring some contractors to run programs? But we don't have any at this point in time?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, we do, for all of our fitness contracting, it's external contractors that we use to deliver that service. Unfortunately, right now we're unable to find those contractors, so we have put a posting out and we continue to look for those contractors to be able to deliver the service. Back to Councillor Nielsen's question from previously, the minimums are set by the contractor itself, and we don't subsidize that service at all. We essentially, our fee that we charge is based upon whatever the contractor is charging us to deliver it. So it's it's 100% cost recovery, with the exception of the rental of the room and the utilities on the Manlock Center.
So we absorb that by running a service in the community then, is that right, Paul?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, that is correct.
And so what would be the benefit of eliminating contracted services if it is a cost-neutral position?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, it just provides additional staffing capacity. So we have staff that would not be overseeing the delivery of those services, and then we wouldn't be asking council for the operating dollars every year.
So that would imply to me, Paul, then, that if we cut contracted services, we should see a reduction in the supervision costs related to contracted services. Because we're not overseeing it anymore. We're not collecting the money. We're not.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, that is correct. I also forgot to talk about we do have some hard assets, such as monetary bicycles that we use for spin classes. Those are the property of the city. So then if we weren't in the business of providing this, not only would we give up the contractors, but we would be able to sell the used equipment, and then we wouldn't be looking to bring in new equipment in the future. So that'd be an additional cost savings.
Okay, so I guess the difficulty, what I'm wrestling with here is I don't want to be making a decision that has implications that I'm not aware of after I make the decision. So what I'm hearing you say then, and correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation, is that if we stop bringing contracted services in, we will be selling our spin bicycles from our gym because we can't run spin classes because we don't have contracted services.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, if we weren't able to provide the fitness classes via contractor, we would have no need for spin bikes.
Now, what about me coming in as an avid fitness freak, which of course I am? Councillor Billy said that was so offensive. And wanting to ride a spin bike. Those now we've eliminated from our equipment.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, in the fitness actual area, we have bikes and treadmills already set up for that use. So if you want to come in and ride the bicycle, or you want to come in and go on the treadmill, those assets would continue to be used. But we have an inventory of spin bicycles that are only used for classes.
Are there any other implications that you are aware of, Paul, that by reducing contracted services would necessarily have a negative impact on facility use?
The Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, sorry, you broke up there. Could you repeat your question, please?
Are you aware, are there any other situation that we should be aware of that removing of contracted services could negatively impact the operation of the Manluck Fitness Center?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, no, I think I've provided all of the information you've asked for. And I'm speaking to my our manager of recreation. We do have actual spin bicycles in the fitness center all the time as well. So just to follow up on that one, that we would keep there in the event that you folks decide to get out of this business. But we do have the other inventory that would be sold, and then we wouldn't have to in the future buy new bikes.
Okay, and then my last question, and I maybe asked it poorly, but if in the past, through contracted services, we'd have someone of our staff overseeing that contractor, collecting fees, and then reimbursing the contractor, and we now no longer have that responsibility, what is the capacity saved in that process? Are we saving 2 man-hours a week, a day, a month, a year?
Mayor and Councillor Nielsen, if you wouldn't mind just giving me about 30 seconds to get an accurate piece of information for you.
Thank you.
Please stand by, folks. I am still here.
Thank you. We're very patient at this end.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen. So our supervisory staff over at the Manluck Center spend approximately 5% of their time overseeing contracts. So it's not a great amount of time that we would save in that regard, but a staff savings nonetheless.
So along the same line then, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, so that we've got a 5% savings there. What percentage of staff time there would be dedicated to managing, renting facilities outside of, I'm thinking in terms of By the Lake Park or the Memorial Arts Center? What percentage of time would be spent marketing and overseeing that side of the page?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Nielsen, and I am confirming these numbers with our recreation manager, but we do have one employee that spends, I would assume, 70 to 80% of their time doing bookings. I'm going to ask for a split on the exact time spent actually doing the proactive marketing on them just versus booking, but we have a dedicated resource that does booking. And I will confirm 60% of our employees' time does booking specifically.
And then my last question, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, what percentage of staff time oversees, manages booking and facilitating transit.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, we have one staff member that spends about 60% of their time managing and overseeing transit.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott. Oh, sorry, I have Councillor Billingsley first, then Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we need to fire sale those bikes. I have no idea how many there are, but I'm going to guess we would be lucky to get 50 cents on the dollar on them. And if things change and possibly if a contract or somebody would like to rent the facility, may want to use that I don't see the real value of selling those assets at this point.
I agree. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Paul. Paul, when contractors have the room, they don't pay rent or they do pay rent?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, my understanding is the contractor does not pay rent. We are hosting it, and then it's a service we provide to our clientele.
Okay.
So we would be eating the cost of the room rental.
Okay. And secondly, if you have Natasha on the line, when was the last spin class approximately, and approximately how many people have been coming to the spin classes?
With the mayor to Councillor Elliott, I can confirm myself it was within the last couple of weeks because I was at the Manlock Center for an event and they were just wrapping one up. I'm just waiting back from a response on the exact last date of the spin class.
But just numbers, is it a very well-attended class? I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to be a difficult question. I just thought you might know off the top of your head.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, Natasha would have that information. I'm just waiting her response.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, our spin classes have been full.
Okay, so if a private contractor took it over, they would probably have a number of individuals participating then, would be the assumption.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, yeah, our spin classes have typically been full, typically 8 to 9 participants.
Okay, so that'd probably be people who walk stairs in the summertime would ride bikes in the wintertime. Okay, thank you, Paul.
Through the mayor to council, just on the last question, the last spin class that we will have before our contractors are unavailable will be December 15th.
Anything further? Are we making a decision on this now, or are you still needing some more information?
So the decision we're making on whether we're going to cancel contracting?
But I agree with Councillor Billingsley that I don't think that we should sell the bikes.
No, I'm fine with that. I just,
If there's, for me, the reason that I was supporting is that if there was a cost to the city to contract these classes out, I don't think we should be doing that.
but that's different. But that's different than saying let's stop contracting.
Correct. But still leaves the opportunity for me, who is also an avid cyclist in the wintertime, who could run a class and rent that space, which you could still do. But we haven't had contractors, we haven't had the ability to have contractors in there, so I don't know.
The reason I guess I'm dawdling on this is that I do know that this past summer, the Arts Center was approached about running some contracted art classes. And the request came so late we couldn't acquire them. But to eliminate that possibility next summer, we would have eliminated contractors. So they would never ever approach, for example, the Art Center to run as part of their summer programming, youth art classes. And I don't understand why, if the community has a need and there's not a cost attached, why we would get out of that business.
But in the budget line, it says it costs $10,000 or something. I'm going completely by memory. But if it was costing the city $10,000 to offer contracted services, I don't think we should. If there's a need in the community and we have instructors who are available, they can come and rent the room and offer those courses or sessions.
But who knows that there's a need in the community except our rec department?
Or the instructors who are able to offer those.
I have no problems eliminating contracted services for programming if it's costing us money.
That's what I'm supporting.
But that's not what's there. Yeah. I thought you said eliminate contracting.
No.
It's eliminate fitness classes at the Manlock Center. Not contracting.
Okay, thank you.
That's why I was supporting it. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. The way I understand it, and so everybody can tell me if I'm wrong, it's not that if we don't sell the bikes, it's not that we're eliminating the opportunity, we're eliminating the time and cost it takes for our staff to seek out the contractors to look into those things. So so that it's that extra cost that's in it that takes the staff time to create it. I would also suspect that there would be some liability in it. I have a contractor that's going to do chair yoga, and if something happens during chair yoga, that's not under my liability, that's under their liability. Because they're just using the space.
It would also eliminate the risk, not that it's big dollars, of a loss on a class. Right? So if it costs us $100 to get a facilitator or an instructor, but it only brings in $50 in tuition or fees, that cost will now wouldn't happen with this new proposal. Because so said instructor would rent the place for $1 or whatever it is, and that instructor then would collect the $5 in tuition for classes, so at no risk to the city.
Mr. Mayor, can I call a question, please?
Yes. Oh, sure. Those in favor, okay, then I want to make sure that we're perfectly clear on what we're voting on then. Paul, my understanding, and Councillor Blatz can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're eliminating the city contracting out exercise instructors, and they have the ability to come and rent the room if they want to, but we're not actively contracting this out. Does that cover your intention? So there's nothing else that goes along with that in terms of selling bikes or other equipment. It's just that the city will not be contracting instructors for the Manlock but instructors have the ability to rent the space if they desire.
Through the mayor, I think I understand that. And so essentially you'd be taking away the $10,000 for contracted services to provide the fitness classes, but we could still waive the room fee and provide the spin cycles for an independent contractor to come in and potentially provide that service.
I don't think the intention was to waive the room fee. You could rent the room out and/or the equipment to instructors who wanted to use the space.
Through the mayor, understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that cover your intention? Green foamy, red foamy. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Billingsley, you had...
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if it was in here, and I know I have brought it up numerous times, and I know that I think it was the last meeting we talked about the e-billing on the utility bills. And since this is a priority-based list, to me, I believe that this is a very big priority because of what we spend in postage and what we spend in printing and sorting and whatever entails us sending out a bill, that this gets done real fast, because it will save us money in the short term and in the long term. And I don't know how we say get this done, but in my opinion, get this done.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandon. Through the chair to administration, when you envision this program, does it include the option for those who do not have email or choose to get their bills through email?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, when we were looking at the e-billing, we would be asking for council to introduce a paper fee of $2 or whatever it is to cover the cost of all of the printing and mailing fees, and then, yes, the rest of them would just be free through digital delivery.
Would there be an option for, and I know this is probably going to just add more money to the thing, I'm just thinking it through my head, bill collect, that was not being able to come and pick up your bill. If I'm concerned about a demographic that is not comfortable with email, that's my only thing, generally speaking, 100%, but that there is a portion where it might lead to problems. Yeah.
So they wouldn't want it mailed, they would want to pick it up.
Yeah, like if we were not mailing out anything.
Yeah, we could probably look at 2 different prices.
Thank you.
I agree. I think that we should get into the e-billing sooner than later, but I don't think that I think that if you don't want it emailed to you, you get it mailed to you and there's a $2 charge to cover the cost. Go ahead.
I'd just like to point out if that they don't use either of those options, it means that they're phoning in and they're still utilizing, it would be additional staff that would have to then all the time give them what their bill amount was. So overall, that may require more people to answer
Phoning in or
phones.
coming in, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think it would be a one or the other. You could get your e-bill or pay the $2 to have it mailed to you.
Okay, thank you.
What are you looking for direction, Councillor Billingsley?
Well, because in theory, it will save us money, right? I mean, for what we pay in those costs to send out the bills. And so do I have to make a motion to direct? And say you shall, or please do? Like,
Absolutely, and we've been
I know.
down this road for a while, and it came to capacity and ability. So I guess it comes down to, we've been around this topic for years. If council's direction is to make this happen, then administration would need to come back to say, you need to give us $77 to make this happen, and then that's the direction of council, giving the tools available to administration to make that happen.
I move that city council directs administration to have a report back to council by the January 18th regular council meeting on costs of implementation of electronic billing
For utilities. And I
for
will-
Peace Hills Utilities.
I'll have two questions of administration. One, is that date okay, the second meeting of January? To have that information back?
To the
Of
chair,
course.
when we're doing reports, we prefer to have the 3 months to come back. But I'm not sure that stopping what we're doing to do a report on what we're already doing is going to be what you want. Do we have an update as to where we're at with that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that has been given priority status with our IT department. The project is underway, and I can try to get a report back to council. Sue, are we trying for 3 months?
If we need to do a written report and analysis, we need the 3 months. But if it's just an update as to where we're at, we could bring it at the next meeting.
Okay, I could do that. Oh, the next meeting is Monday. Could I get the last meeting in November?
November 28th.
Okay, yeah, and it'll just be a quick update. We are in progress on this project.
Okay. Barb?
Ultimately, just a reminder that it is a Peace Hills Utilities component now, so it's not necessarily saving the city, other than if it's going to be saving administration costs, that Peace Hills Utilities will no longer be paying us to do that.
Which we own.
Go ahead.
I was involved in another municipality when they were implementing the e-billing, and what council did was, for the first 3 months of the program, offered a $100 credit. So everyone that signed up for the month of January was entered into a draw for a $100 credit on their utility bill. It encouraged people to take the e-billing because it saved a lot of time and postage, and they did that $100 credit once a month for the first 3 months of the program.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Through the chair to Candace. So I understand you're working on it. Do you, as the supervisor overseeing that project, have a timeline? Not just, here's how we're doing it, or here's where we are in the continuum, because if it's on a continuum, you must have an end in sight. So have you got a timeline related to that end in sight?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we'll bring that back to the November 28th meeting. I don't have it in front of me at this point, but we will bring that update. Currently, we have it slated as a priority project in 2022, but there are a few of those priority projects in 2022. So.
Thank you.
So then I guess I can withdraw, if this will be brought back to us on the 28th, then I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Thank you. No.
Councillor Elliott?
Mr. Mayor, related to billing, when we were talking with about the RCMP, there was when people are requesting a criminal record check, there was a fee of about $2,500 that was a cost to the city. I registered for a conference online yesterday, which I'm going to be asking permission for later, but there was a $4.29 transaction fee on a $250 course, and that was to cover the cost of my using the MasterCard. So I don't know, again, I don't want to make a motion if this is something that can be implemented quite easily, but I don't want to challenge staff to have to work really hard, but I don't know how, Sue, could you help me with this?
We talked about this on Monday, so through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we will bring it back with the fees and charges bylaw.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, could I bring up about the recycling center?
Yep.
Other communities have gone to bi-weekly pickup, and they've also gone to picking up recycling and picking up compost. I talked to the city manager at lunchtime and asked where we stood on this, and Sue, could you help me on this, please?
Sure. So through the chair to Councillor Elliott, or all of council, we have brought this forward several times to the previous council, and there was a lot of discussion about how it could, when we did a community survey, the community said, yeah, we would love to have curbside so long as it doesn't cost us more. At the time, we couldn't get it to balance out because council did not want to close the recycling center. So we've left it, and part of the tender that's going out, or the request for proposals going out with waste and recycling, we're looking at landfill operations, curbside pickups, like everything. So there'll be the ability for to choose one or more services if council wishes, but again, I think keeping the recycle center open and having curbside is not going to cost less, so there will need to be a decision made on that.
So further to that, if we had recycling, people could put their grass clippings and branches in a recycling box, in a composting box, and so that would be done at curbside, so they wouldn't even have to go to the recycling center. I mean, currently they have to go to the landfill. So this way they could just take it out, and this is taken away theoretically once a week. And the composting is once a week. And in the wintertime would be probably twice a week, or every second week. And then garbage pickup would be every second week. That's a possibility. So we would, and then the recycling center would be closed, so we probably, theoretically, could be saving money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
To Sue through the chair, do we not receive monies from the county for the recycling center, though?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we do, I believe it's 32,000. Kathy might be able to correct me if I'm wrong.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we receive approximately $32,000 to $34,000 per year from the county.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So is something being proposed, or is it just information?
Through to Councillor Nielsen, my understanding is the report is coming back, and then the recommendation would be made to council, and then council would make a decision on that. Correct? When is the report due?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the tender will be going out probably later this month or early December, and we anticipate to have a report to council in January.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, maybe February.
So it could have implications, budget implications for 2023.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it could. We're trying to ensure that the motions of council are brought back before you set the tax rate, so there's still an ability to lower the required funds, and it just won't be here before you set sorry, before you finish budget deliberations.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else on PBB? Go ahead.
So it's safe to say PVB and ROI fit together?
Through the chair to council.
ROI is in the parking lot?
ROI is in the park?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know it was there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, on the sheet there, there's also seek out a vendor of some sort for the swimming pool. At the hospital, there is a vendor there that serves coffee and muffins, and it has gone over quite well at the hospital. And if we were using our aquatic facility upstairs, it's when you go upstairs in the Manlock Center, there's a sign that says, enjoy some time with community or socializing, just don't stay too long. I think this would encourage some sense of community, give people a place to go, maybe while somebody's in swimming lessons or in a program, somebody else could go up and enjoy a beverage, a hot beverage or something, and a muffin. So I don't think this would have a lot of cost implication to just put it out there, but I stand corrected. Thank you.
If you would like to make one. If you're, like, when you make a statement like that, it's a,
Okay, well,
like, you want to.
I would move that we seek out a vendor to provide refreshments.
Okay, at the Manlock Center.
Coffee, muffins, tea, juices at the Manlock Center, Manlock Aquatic. It's actually called the Manlock Regional Aquatic and Fitness Center.
Thank you.
So as opposed to the theater.
Well, it might have happened at the other Manlock Center, so it's a good thing you
That's
clarified.
right. I wanted you to make sure.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. For clarification, right now, there is no vendor in the pool, so we're looking to add a service.
At a cost to the individual.
I would like to know what the cost would be to the city. It's not that I don't think that a vendor in the pool is a great idea. I'm just not prepared to add that to this year's budget.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, my thought is this would be at the cost of the vendor. This is not a cost to the city. So if I want to go in and put in a coffee shop, that's at my expense. To bring in whatever, maybe I use the electricity, but it's at my expense, and then maybe I pay rent to the city. So it's actually to make money, not to lose money.
Is that a realistic, so Bill and I are speaking the same language. I just want to make sure.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, when the facility was built, there was the option to have this there, so we would just need to move some furniture, and the renovation costs and everything else would be on the vendor that came in.
And that's what happened with the Health Foundation when the vendor came in to the hospital. The vendor paid for all the renovations.
Is there an indication what it would cost administration to put out that? I would assume that's an EOI.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, the PBB items that were presented to council were ones we felt we had capacity to do, and so it's really the time of staff to put this together, put out the call for proposal, and get them back and review it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
I've got concerns about this, just that there was no real business plan. I've got a lot of concerns with it in the sense that staffing costs, we talked about staff capacity, the staff's going to do this. Well, what are they going to give up not to do this? It's one thing that the pool was built with this in mind, but was there actually a business plan put into place that this is viable for said operator? And who's going to go out for the, whether it's an RFP or however you want to do it, or go talk to somebody in the community who wants to put in a coffee muffin shop. At this point, I would put this at a very low priority, in my opinion, and it certainly wouldn't be near the top for me.
Anything further? Green foam, red foam. Lost. Go ahead, Councillor Platts.
Got two more. So there's a couple more. I have a question about the eliminating photo radar option that we have on here, because I'm wondering why that would be something that would save us money rather than, like, because I feel like we would get money back from that. So wouldn't that be something that would give us money rather than?
I didn't catch the first part.
Oh, sorry. Just for photo radar, there's an option to eliminate photo radar on this list as well. And I'm just wondering, is the cost of having photo radar more than we're getting back in photo radar tickets?
It is, but I can let Paul explain.
Go ahead, Paul.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blatz, further analysis is required to be able to provide you with the detail you would require to, I think, move in that direction. But there is a significant amount of administrative time spent processing the photo radar tickets. Other communities don't have their photo radar set up that way, but the contract that we currently have with our vendor, all of that administrative time to support the photo radar program is 100% on the back of the city staff. And so we've had some conversations internally about how might we lessen that burden moving forward. We do have a meeting scheduled with the photo radar vendor. We understand that they are essentially providing wraparound service where they provide the the equipment as well as the admin time for other municipalities. So we're going to have a conversation there to see if they will allow us to revisit the contract. But it wasn't our work plan for 2023 to bring this analysis back and to be able to say photo radar, how much does it cost exactly from a contract perspective versus an admin perspective? And then the big question too is, as well as, what are the revenues and then what's the safety perspective? What are we seeing in regards to reduction in collision? So that would be something we would bring back in 2023 unless directed by council to do it sooner.
Sir Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we originally went into photo radar, it was that their staff was doing all of the things. They were processing and mailing them out and even going to court on our behalf. So I don't know when that changed, but...
New contract.
Okay.
The mayor to Councillor Elliott, our previous photo radar contractor, as I understand it, did provide those services. And then when we switched to the new photo radar provider, we took on the burden of providing all that administrative time, including the court cases.
And what would be the cost to the city for all of that administrative work with photo radar, just an approximate number?
I'm going to suggest right now, and speaking with our staff at a very high level, it's essentially consuming one FTE at the moment, which we know we need to change and look at rejigging some of our processes, but right now it takes up one individual's time.
Thank you.
I get that there's a report coming in 2023, but if it's taking up that much of staff time, then I'm prepared to make a motion to eliminate photo radar. Other municipalities have already done it. Leduc is one of them, and I think that that is something that is becoming a major push across Canada right now, is eliminating photo radar. It's a really high cost, and it doesn't do much for safety, so I would be prepared to make that motion.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, can I just get clarification that you do not mean red light cameras as well, just the photo radar?
Just the photo radar, not red light cameras, yeah.
And how long does that contract go, Sue? the current contract we have regarding photo radar, the speed.
We have a, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we have an exit clause in it, so we could get out.
I'd like to wait on a report to find out whether or not it is in our best interest to not be still working or doing photo radar in the community or photo enforcement. Making a decision based on the fact that other municipalities may or may not have pulled out a photo radar, and to say that it doesn't improve safety, and anything that we've done in terms of research on photo enforcement, the reasons to have it was to increase safety. So while I appreciate opinions, I will wait to get a report back before I make a decision to get out of the photo enforcement. Councillor Billingsley.
To Sue through the chair, could the contract be changed? Obviously, you said that there was an exit. Could it be changed to have so said company provide the services that were done in the previous contract?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it can for a cost. So when Paul's team goes to renegotiate with them, we will find out what that cost is and have a discussion with council.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Is there not a motion on the floor?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's why I asked if there's anything further. Those in favor? Councillor Blatz's motion. Sorry. Discontinuing photo enforcement. Speed photo enforcement, I shouldn't. Which doesn't include the red light cameras. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. You had two.
I have a second one. Okay, hold on. There is another one that was moved to twice a month pay for payroll, and I was just wondering what the cost efficiency of moving it to twice a month rather than once a month is, because I can't actually find it on here.
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, that savings only happens once every 12 years. Because once every 12 years, when you're paid bi-weekly, you have a 27th pay period.
Mm-hmm.
And we were there in 2018 or 17, I believe, so we've still got a few years before we'll realize that savings.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Anything else for PBB, priority-based budgeting? Let's move to the parking lot. Give a list of what is on there.
For clarification, in the parking lot, will we have discussion upon the amounts given to the museum and so said things and different events?
RAM or the Heritage Museum?
Heritage, because that has not come up, as well as other discretionary spending? Is that a good way to put it? I don't want to sound like that's a negative thing.
We'll add Heritage Museum and discretionary spending.
Sure.
To the parking lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Karen's going to pull up a list of our parking lots and we will work through that.
So the first things that we have are the grenades for over 500. Do you want to go through each one, or can I just list the four?
We'll go through them individually.
Okay, so the first one was the Edmonton International Raceway.
Okay. And that was at $5,000?
I can pull up the, PowerPoint presentation, sorry, one moment. Yes, it was for 5,000.
And the current status was to support it or not support it?
Not.
Not
Thank you.
support.
Who asked to put that in the parking lot? I think Councillor Billingsley? Councillor Elliott?
I did not make a note on who had asked, I apologize.
Okay,
Plead your case.
plead your case.
Sorry for.
I feel very strongly that they provide a lot of recognition to our community and try to get involved in many community events. And last year they provided the cars and food and everything else at the mall parking lot. They do a lot for our community and bring people in as well. So I would support them.
I agree, and the events that go on at the race as well, in terms of the 50/50s where they partner with local organizations to make sure that they're receiving additional funding. Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Mayor Gandon, holy moly, I apologize. Through the chair to council, one of my supports of this, and I understand that looking at maybe there was a marketing cost, but there's a couple in there where it's thinking back to the grant itself, and it was just when Councillor Elliott brought up that what happened at the mall is there are events in the community that are outside of the big race on Saturday that are done, and it's helping us support that now. I know it's not written in the grant, but that is, it's in the grant where they're asking for marketing, but there's other programming that is also part of the entire budget. And so not perfect for this year, but I do have recommendations for how grants could look in the future where they can pinpoint that out.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Again, I'll restate that the main reason why I'm against this is that it's marketing dollars, and I still feel that the ACDEV/tourism department certainly would be best suited to decide whether this is a worthy opportunity for our community. Having said that, the other thing that I look at on all of these grants is, are we making a difference, and would this go on whether we gave the $5,000 or $250 or not? And in my opinion, on this one, I don't think anything would change other than we probably wouldn't have our signs on the back side of the racetrack, which to me is sponsorship, which again, doesn't really fit with this criteria.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. And I too did not support it for the very same reasons. I think it's in the wrong place. If in fact we're giving it to them because they do good stuff in the community, that's one thing, but it came to us as a sell for advertising. And I don't believe we, council, should be making decisions on advertising as a grant. I think it best resides in economic development, and the pitch goes to them, and they look at the amount of resources they have and where they want to spend their marketing and advertising dollars, and if they see fit to put it in that location, I have no problem with it. But if we're really looking at this as marketing and advertising, I think it's misplaced.
Okay, any further?
The grant and aid comes to council, not to economic development. And I feel this is a perception issue as well. All of these things happen in our community in support of all of the different nonprofits, and then City Council doesn't support them for $5,000. Thank you.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, so now I'm confused. Because I have this issue for both the International Raceway and for RAM, because I find them both to be very important organizations, but my problem is that I don't think grants and aid is where they belong. So in the event that, of course, like, because we already voted on these already and they didn't go through, what would I do to direct administration to add this to their advertising and marketing under economic development? Do I just have to make a motion?
To allocate an additional $5,000 to marketing and,
But would I have to do that separately for both RAM and for International
but then
Raceway?
you're giving direction on,
How it's spent?
yeah.
Yeah.
So if
So-
the point is to leave it to
Mhm.
staff or those departments to do that,
Then it would be, so I would combine the two amounts and then put 15,000?
if you'd like.
Okay, cool, I can do that. Okay, so can I do that now?
Sure.
Okay,
There's a
cool.
motion on the floor.
I move that City Council directs administration to allocate $15,000 of marketing and advertising to the Economic Development Department.
Where's it coming from?
Good question. I'll take suggestions on that because I don't know.
If you want it to be ongoing, it would be taxes. If you want it to be a one-time deal, it could be from reserves.
We'll do ongoing with taxes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if we have money in the grant in aid budget, are we not allowed to take it from there and put it into another place?
I'll defer to administration.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes. If there is, and I believe there is unallocated funds in the grant and aid, you could direct that money to be transferred to there.
Councillor Billingsley.
I'm struggling with this in the sense that now we are active/marketing experts, that we know more than what.
That's the motion is to put $15,000 into there. It's not directing them to do.
So if that department said, you know what, that's number 17, then they're not going to get done.
Yep.
So in my opinion, then, if economic development thought that this was important, I would think that he would have brought a business case forward or something saying, hey, I want to make sure that this gets done. And that wasn't the case.
And he
Now,
may have.
we could ask him, but I just think that we're moving into somebody else's territory here.
Yeah, and he may have, knowing that it wouldn't have been supported through grant and aid, like if he thought, because historically, council has given to RAM and the Edmonton International Raceway. If we had given an indication that that wasn't going to happen, or if it didn't fit the policy, then maybe he would have put that in his business case as well. Do you want to make an amendment saying that it comes from surplus from grant and aid? Okay. Councillor Blatz.
I want to piggyback off of Councillor Elliott's comments about the grant and aid, though. Last year, we had a surplus in grant and aid, too. So I was just curious, how much of a surplus do we have right now for grant and aid?
would like the information, you can follow up.
Brenda, do you have a copy of that for the grant and aid? Okay. Karen, do you know where that?
Yeah, if you guys can trust my math then, if it's not. So just, give me 2 seconds. This is not my forte. Okay, so where we stand available for 2023 is 43,600. And right now, what we have is at 19,750. So that balance that's remaining right now is 23,850.
Karen, does that include the under 500s?
That does not include the under 500s. Sorry, I only counted the over 500s. I need...
Yeah, another 1705 off of that.
Okay. So that means there is 22,145.
Karen, could you remind me of the status of the Reynolds Alberta Museum? It was $10,000.
Not funded.
Not funded. So I did not count that. Yeah. So these are the over 500s. And then the second page. This number is different though. This is still the original.
And Karen, there is a motion on the floor then?
Right now there is, yeah.
Yeah. Can I?
And then that's what's current. Whether the end part of that sentence is correct or not, I just haven't heard back yet to see if that's...
It is in the, as the motion reads right now, it's from tax, like
Okay.
added to the tax. I've got Councillor Aberly, then Councillor Billingsley, and then Councillor Blatz.
Okay.
I was just looking for that. That's up there now. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Councillor Billingsley?
The spirit of this motion really was to direct economic development to fund, though we wouldn't be having this conversation if we were funding from the funding requests, right?
Yep.
We wouldn't have this conversation.
Yep.
But if economic development says, you know what, I'm going to spend it on the airport because I think that's more important, then all of us, you're not getting what you want. right? In other words, you're, I won't say you're putting a gun to economic's head, but you're basically implying to them, spend this $15,000 on these two things, realistically.
So essentially where I'm coming from on this is that Reynolds Alberta Museum and the International Raceway, they can't continue to ask us for that funding for advertising and marketing because we have a 3-year limit. And so that's where I'm coming from on this, is that I don't want to lose that if marketing those from the city's perspective is that important. So that's where I'm coming from on it, is that if we're looking at marketing and advertising, that doesn't even fall underneath what we can use the grant and aid for. And so my whole issue is that since this doesn't qualify, that's why I wanted to find another place that we could fund it from. But of course, I can't direct economic development to specifically use it for that. But they find something that's more useful for it. I mean, that's not a bad thing.
But that puts, in my opinion, that department in a really bad spot of knowing that the will of council is to do this, but it's up to him, or them, I should say. Mm-hmm. That puts that department in a really ugly spot. Mm-hmm. Because if that department doesn't feel that that's the best use of the $15,000, it's defeating what you were looking for to do and puts that department in a very difficult situation with council if it's not spent the way you would like it to be spent. You're saying, in other words, do whatever you want, but I want you to do this.
I hear what you're saying. Essentially, what I'm trying to figure out how to do is how can we support two organizations that don't meet our criteria, even though they've done a lot for the city. So that's what I'm struggling with, is what can we do? So I'd be prepared to withdraw my motion, but my problem is that I just don't know how else we can go about this.
Well, both of these were defeated, mm-hmm. Voted upon and defeated.
Mm-hmm.
So do we just revote until we get the answer we want to hear?
But that wasn't the purpose of it, though, because a lot of what the conversation was surrounding defeating it was that this could be looked at as an ongoing marketing strategy with economic development, which is why I defeated it. Like, that's why I voted against it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Withdrawn.
But also I have a follow-up motion. I move that City Council reduces the grant and aid by $15,000. And the reason why is because we've had a surplus for 2 years.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I will not support this motion. I think in part we are still coming at the end of the big C word, and there could be other programs that are starting out that may want to come that do fit into the grant and aid criteria that we are unaware of, and I would like to have discussions about whether or not the grant and aid policy itself changes as well to support the kinds of items that council is currently interested in supporting, and I don't want to lose that money this year to try and ask for it again next year.
Surplus from grant and aid, does that go to general revenue afterwards? Okay. So I would agree to your comments But I also, as well as having a change to the grant and aid policy, I would also like to see a change in where surplus dollars go. I think that that could go into a grant and aid reserve so that one day we can have the opportunity to have a really big event without having to go into the tax base or another reserve. And again, losing that money that we are allocating for grant and aid because it wasn't able to be used over the last couple of years, I think leaves us in a situation where we wouldn't be able to get that back later on. But I think we need to do something different in terms of the grant and aid policy, as well as where the unspent dollars go following a grant and aid process. So I too will not support the motion. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor?
Could you repeat the?
Councillor Blatz's motion is to reduce the grant and aid funding by $15,000. And it's a motion, it's not a straw poll, so it's those in favor, hands up. Those opposed? You can't vote twice.
I'm so confused.
Okay, so this isn't a straw poll, it's an actual motion. So it's a in favor, not in favor.
Got it.
In favor of reducing the grant and aid funding by $15,000. Opposed? Defeated? He can still use, maybe he's grown attached to it and he just wants to hold it as well. He could have held up the green one in the opposition and it still would have been opposed.
I got it now.
Must be contagious over here.
I was going to say Councillor Elliott, but you're...
And?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Okay, so I believe, since we're in the parking lot, that has covered the Edmonton International Raceway and RAM.
Has not covered RAM because there
Okay.
hasn't been a discussion.
Then we have moved on to the next one, which is RAM.
Are we re-voting after a vote was done? We did when we went through and it was defeated. Because there wanted to be more discussion on it, and then a motion came of it. We can re-vote on it too if you'd like. There was when we were going through the budget, and it was defeated. And so if there's a change,
So, Mr. Mayor, if we're not going to change, why put it in the parking lot? Because we've already voted on it, so then there's no point in bringing it up again.
but then we've had 3 motions that came of the further discussion.
But we still didn't change the funding to International Raceway.
We didn't.
No, so why put it in the parking lot?
Because we might have.
Well, no, there's no vote on it because we already voted against it. That's what I was just told.
You're fine. We can re-vote on each of them. It was to have that further discussion and motions that were coming out of it.
But you know what I'm saying too?
I do. I hear you, but the motions were made and they were either accepted or defeated. Go ahead.
I don't agree with doing that because then ones that I weren't happy with the results of, we can have more discussion and then vote again until I get the answer I want to hear.
And I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
I'm not looking to re-vote on things. It was another discussion to see if a motion came of it. Discussion on RAM. Does someone remember who pulled it? Okay. Okay, perfect. What's next?
Okay, Run the Runway was the next one.
Run the Runway. That was supported, wasn't it?
It was supported, but it was also asked to be added to the parking lot.
So Run the Runway right now is supported in the grant and aid, and it was asked to be brought back into the parking lot. So I don't remember who did that.
I think it was I.
Okay.
As I said about the Edmonton International Raceway, one of the criteria what I use is, would this event happen whether we gave them money or not? Is this really a seed money thing? What would change if we did not give the grant? And I'm not sure anything would change. So.
We were told.
We were told. No, discussion. Well, yes, I do, but maybe I've convinced you that that's the case. But that's the reason why I would like to talk about this, is that I don't believe, or I do believe that this event would carry on with no difference whether we gave the $2,500 or not. And if the will of council is to give the $2,500, that's fine. But that's how I feel on this.
And we could ask the question of every grant and aid application that comes in, and I think that's why it's really important that we're going to be reviewing that policy before we go through this again. Because you're right, I think there's probably still lots of events that would happen whether or not they had grant and aid. And whether that's right or wrong is a whole other conversation, which deals with the review of the policy.
Fine.
Is there a motion you would like to make?
Nope.
Okay, next.
Okay, next one is Wetaskiwin Theatre Society.
Okay, and that one, can you remind me, was for $20,000?
Correct.
What was that, I'm sorry?
The Wetaskiwin Theatre Society for $20,000. It didn't qualify. Correct.
So I would like to make a motion that we, and I know this is hard, that we take money from the grant and aid and support the Theatre Society to the amount of $10,000 based on the fact that, and it could be my naivety with this process, but based on the fact that we have funded them within the past 5 years at this level, and I just, even though it's written in the grant, there are lots of things that are written in the grant process that we are not following, and this could potentially be a blow that they weren't expecting.
And do you have examples of lots of things we're not doing in terms of
I
the grant and aid?
apologize, and I could read the grant more specifically, I could, but anybody that has put on a project, and I know we talked about this, but more than 3 years, seed money, even if there is a break for a COVID year, is that eligible? There were multiple applications that came in where the grant itself said, please provide your financial statements. They wrote on them, available if necessary. If I was looking at that grant of myself, I would have disqualified most of the ones that came in because they weren't providing the information. That's off the top of my head, and I can pull other things out where budgets weren't completed correctly at all. They weren't giving lists. So there's lots, even in this year alone, ones that we have supported that weren't complete into that. And so that's my argument, I think, in general.
Okay. Good. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I agree with the fact that they should probably get the money, they didn't meet the criteria, and the discussion was that we can't go against our own criteria or else we're going to be setting a precedent for future. And I know we're going to amend it, but at this point in time, it does not meet the criteria of our grant and aid policy.
Okay. Any other discussion? Motion is to provide funding to the Wetaskiwin Theatre Society for $10,000 from the grant and aid surplus. Those in favor?
We're not still polling. I can't.
Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated.
Don't need that. But I could have been in favor.
You could have.
Got it now, yeah.
Next.
Okay. We've moved on to capital charters, and this one is the by the lake park, is what's in the parking lot, but I think we might have covered that. Yes, so I'm getting nods, we've covered that.
That, but we wanted by the lake park in the parking lot in general. Or
Yes,
did we
in
have
general.
more to discuss on it? No? Okay.
Okay. Moving along. So operating business cases, we have airport paving and line painting. And I believe council is looking for more information on if this was a yearly, must be done yearly.
Right.
Through the chair to the rest of council, we were unable to connect with a few of the airports locally, just the Camrose Regional Airport. We do know that they do line painting every second year, but we have not been able to connect with some of the others.
Do you have a comparison of traffic?
That I do not have either.
And that was one of the points I made, that while we were discussing it, that it's well and good to hear that Airport C does it annually and Airport D does it every 7 years, but if you're not comparing apples to apples, it makes it tough basing your decision on what other municipalities do in terms of maintenance. So if our airport manager said that it's something that needs to be done annually, they had done it last year, they're requiring it for this year coming up, that would be me taking the advice of somebody we pay to look after those things for us. Go ahead, Councilor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I just want to be clear that if were I to vote in favor of this, then it is voting in favor for this cost annually. It's not a one-time off,
Yep.
It's a tax. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. The longer I stay here, the harder it is on my throat. It's the air in here.
Oh, I thought it was because you were talking.
Go ahead,
The question I have, Mr. Mayor, and I was asking for, I made a request to find out how much it costs to paint the lines in the city of Wetaskiwin versus the $32,000 that's being requested for the airport. That just seemed high to me, the $32,000, and I realize runways are long and everything. And then again, if some of our staff are doing our own painting, could our own staff be painting the runway too? Because it's straight lines and I'm not sure. Anyway.
Too soon.
We need to go in camp.
Okay.
Don't go there.
Well,
So this was not voted on in our budget deliberation, so this will be a straw poll again to move this through. It's not going to be a motion of camera. If there's nothing
Motion of
further.
council.
Pardon?
Motion of council.
Motion of council, not in camera. It'll be a green foamy, red foamy, if there's no more discussion. This is in favor of line painting annually, which gets added to taxes. Councilor Billington.
I'm wondering if we couldn't fund this out of contingency for this year to get more information on how often we really need to do it, if 32,000 is, and I understand what you're saying, you're relying on the staff of an accurate.
No, and I am absolutely in favor of pulling it from contingency to see that this in fact is an annual thing and that it does in fact cost $32,000 to paint.
So do take it from contingency or not?
I support your
Okay, that's,
funding source
thank you.
For 1 year.
for 1 year.
That's a motion.
Yeah, you didn't hear that part?
Yeah.
I
So-
said,
It's still a straw poll. The proposal is to do the line painting for 1 year coming from contingency. Those in favor, green foamy. Those opposed, red foamy. Carried. 5-1. 16.6% of the population voted against.
The next one is the airport tax strategy. Okay, and the next one's assessor, so,
Let's do Manluck passes.
okay. So in-kind Manluck passes.
I would like to see an increase to Manluck passes, and I think having the ability to provide those to the public, whether you're in town or not. I get requests every once in a while from events going on in the city that they can, asking if they can use passes as part of their door prize, part of their raffles, part of their whatever. Silent auction, yeah. And so I always have to defer them to the city manager, and I think that if we have the ability to just responsibly make sure that they're getting used for their intention of promoting the facility and trying to get new people or people who may not be able to afford to visit the Manluck Center the opportunity to use the facility. Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I am fully in support of this motion, not a poll.
It's a poll.
But I am in support of this poll. I just have a comment. Within the previous 12 months, I had asked a member of staff for such passes and was told that that wasn't within one of the other policies. So I'm just asking that it be known staff-wide, that these are available from us, that be put into that. That's all I'm asking.
And can there be like a little SH or a TG or a BE on the pass, and then just keep track of who's buying friends? And go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would this come out of council PR?
It could, yep.
Okay. And the other thing I was thinking about was maybe it might be a good thing for Christmas hampers or something when they're going out, that we have families who over the Christmas holidays might really enjoy going to the pool.
Yep.
Thank you.
So then do you want a dollar figure? Do you want an amount? And then it would be in kind added to council's.
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. We've had previous staff at the aquatic facility who were giving them out pell-mell. Somebody came in and, can I have some? Yeah, how many do you need? I need 25. Okay, here you go. So I want to talk in support of what Councillor Aberley says. I don't think that our staff should be handing these out unless it comes from the CAO that they are able to do such. But I don't think the staff at the aquatic facility should be able to give out passes without some sort of oversight.
Yep. Go ahead, Sue.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that has been the practice the last couple of years, and so the rec center knows if they get a request, they go through Paul, and Paul comes to me, and then I give them my PR code to charge them to.
What would you have spent a year?
To the chair, I'd be shocked if this last year, I think it was maybe $150.
Okay.
Well, I think the Christmas one was my last year budget, but this year it hasn't been very many.
No.
I think $1,000, if council was looking for an amount that you could be actively giving them, $1,000 would be lots.
Okay. Yeah. Any further discussion on that? Go ahead.
So sorry, through the chair to, I guess, yourself, how did you envision this to go? Do we each get $150 worth of passes? Do you get 400 and somebody gets 200? Or do we pool it all together? I'm just curious of how this would...
No, I haven't. And I don't think that you physically need to have the passes. I think having the ability to say yes or hopefully not no saying yes to somebody, or you saying or seeing somebody that would be able to put it to use, having the ability to say, so maybe you do need the passes, physically have the passes.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's either you do it that way or you go to our city manager and she does her magic on the computer.
Yeah,
But
and
then,
that's what I've been doing so far, is just sending people to the city manager.
but then wouldn't that come out of her budget instead of ours? Right?
Yeah, and if there was a dollar figure attached to it, it's an in-kind thing.
Yeah.
My main goal was to have it available.
Then in my opinion, I think those plastic cards that we got all those years ago probably would be, and like you say, then from there, whether it's a silent auction, whether it's to a Boys and Girls Club, whoever it may be, that you want to give them to.
Okay.
And, I mean, I look at some other councils, they give councilors a budget for different things.
Yep.
And we really don't have that, and I guess.
No, I'd love to share with you with some of the.
I can imagine.
That my mayor counterparts have.
But if the worst thing is us giving away swimming passes, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, and do we still have those, like, one-time use pass? Yeah, so maybe we do need them physically, and then we're not creating more of an impact for staff or the city manager. Okay. So $1,000 worth, come and get them from the city manager when you need them. Total for council, not each. Up to, yeah, it's December 31st and you're handing out.
Plus there's free swimming in the basement.
That's true.
That's an extra charge.
Okay. Green foamy, red foamy, in favor, not in favor. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Barb's back. We can go into airport tax strategy.
Airport tax strategy.
Stupider.
Agreeing. Me too.
Yeah, not that I'm doing
Yes,
okay, but
yes,
you're
you
really
are.
stupid. I'm doing just fine. I don't know what your problem is, but you are stupider.
While she's looking, do you mind if we talk, since we're in council's right now, the removal of deputy mayor pay
Was that added to the,
to the parking lot? Yeah,
who was it?
it was.
All right.
Yeah.
The deputy mayor pay. We did? I didn't know they got moved to the parking lot.
Yep. Okay, done. Just being efficient here.
Us too.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're gonna take a break anyways. The airport tax strategy. We'll take an 11-minute break. welcome back to Budget 2023 with your host, Tyler Gandon. We are. It sure is.
That's an hour, it's 4 o'clock.
It only feels like 6.
Are we ready for the airport tax strategy?
We are, thank you. Yesterday, there were some questions just with reference to the assessment, the amounts that there would be, the assessment value of the properties that were commercial and things of that nature. So, based on that, I'll just give you a little bit of a summary on it. There are 60 properties that we are looking out there. The total assessment for those properties is at $13,071,750. There's an additional for the security suites. So 11 of those properties have security suites. The assessment value just on the security suites is $1.3 million, just over $1.3 million, which are already being taxed residential. Of the properties, the 60 properties, 11, pardon me, I believe have businesses on them.
How many?
11.
Thank you.
Um, 11 to 12, but we do have 11 that have been confirmed for sure. So we do know that over 4 million of that for sure is business related, so that would stay as commercial, which leaves approximately 8.79, so about $8.8 million worth of assessment value at this point that you would be looking at. That portion of assessment based on just the old tax rate, recognizing that whatever we increase it is going to be what the difference would be for this year. We'd be looking at overall, if you did the entire balance of it, about $87,700 and some dollars. So if you put it all to residential. Question, sorry.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. When you talked about the security suites, most of the ones in Skyport on that row, if you know what I'm talking about, some actually have suites, and some have the possibility of suites. So if that suite has not been developed, even though it's been plumbed in and ready to go, 0% of that hangar would have an assessment of non-commercial. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd have to verify, but I believe that the assessor has accommodated whatever portion of that security suite is what is assessed as an actual security suite. So those properties are, just the security suite portion of it is at residential.
So that portion would have to be completed, in other words,
As a security suite.
as a security.
I would have to confirm that because my understanding is just those properties that currently have the security suites, which also happens to be 11 of them. So.
Okay, so you gave a number of about $87,000 of $8.8 million in assessed would change. So is the $87,000 number that you came to taking anybody who is not running a business, moving them to a residential tax rate?
That would be if we moved that portion to a residential tax rate, that's how much that would cost you. If you moved just the ones that actually have the security suites in them, okay, you're only talking about $2.8 million, and that dollar amount would be closer to $28,000 is what that would cost you. So that's where we're saying it would be somewhere in between. So if you were looking at those particular ones that have a security suite in them that are not a commercial business, is about $2.8 million worth of assessment.
Right, so, and in my proposal or idea yesterday, I talked about a third or a medium classification, which would be a hangar that is not run for a business, but does not have a security suite. In
That
other
would be the-
words, a
okay.
garage.
Okay.
And I'm just
That-
wondering,
I can get you that figure.
that would be, actually, I could probably do the math on that, right? Because,
I can do it really quickly. I'll have it right here for you.
Yeah, because there's 6 million.
It's 6.6 million, yeah.
yeah, which is another 60,
Well, different.
or, and if you went half, that would be about $33,000. If, splitting the difference, if you're following my math here, right? If you tax them at commercial, it would be $66,000, or that's what they are now. If you did residential thereabouts, it'd be half that, thereabouts. So if you split the difference of having a third type, right, it would be $50,000, right? Round numbers.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair, I have two. So through the chair to Barb, I just want to make sure I understand the numbers that you just gave us. So there are 11, and there are 11 of the 60 total that currently the entire building is being taxed at residential, or just the suite?
Currently, just the security suite.
So
So
those
are the
are-
ones that actually are saying that they have a security suite and that they are being assessed for that portion only as a security suite. Not all 11 of those have people that live in them full-time.
Okay. So when we're talking the reduction in, or the, I don't know if it's a reduction, the changing of the tax, is it only for those 11 that have the security suites?
That would be what you would want to be determining right now, is what type of a tax decrease, because that will impact how much money that you're going to be collecting through taxes. Although you can also discuss it at the time of tax levy, you just need to be aware that any one of these costs is going to reduce the amount that we can spend in the budget by that portion as well. Does that make sense? So in those security suites, there was discussion of that. Then there's a discussion of some of the hangars that they basically just park their garage there. They may not live there. It's just similar to a garage. So that was their concern, that it isn't operating as a commercial business either.
So what was coming forward to us, and I need to make sure I understand what I'm voting on, is that there is a portion of suites or a portion of buildings where nobody is living, they are just storage for planes. And they would also be taxed at the non-commercial rate.
Yes, they were requesting that it would be somewhere between the commercial, between the residential and the non-residential rate, that they believed would be more fair.
Okay. Then my second question is for anybody. I think I now understand what I'm voting on, so that's like fully understand it. And I'm having real problems seeing what the economic value is. I understand the ideas of taxing fairly across our community for residential, non-residential, and/or storage. But I continue to hear the economic value of reducing what would be money that we're getting in through taxes, and I'm having problems fully seeing how how taking in less money is a benefit to the community. So I just need somebody to help me work my head around that.
If I may. Through the mayor to Councillor Aberly. In Vern's presentation, what he did indicate, and with the work with the people who are from the airport, is indicating that they believed that if there was a more reasonable tax rate, that more people would invest out there and actually either build hangars or improve hangars or use the facility more. So that's where the determination came. I think through that, he also indicated that there would be more of a long-term goal in actually reviewing all of the airport operations and a long-term more marketing strategy for out there. Sue, if that.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Barb. So Barb, originally we had said the expense is going to be $70,000. Now we're talking it's going to be $87,700. Is that correct?
No, we were recommending somewhere in between, so it would be approximately that, depending on what you were looking at for a cost increase for this year. So actually at not going at the full 100% on those residential, or to residential, but actually compromising somewhere in between. So one of the suggestions was 50% on some, like somewhere in between that, and on those that were owned commercially, that they, of course, also have that opportunity to do it as a tax exemption or to utilize that for a tax that they may only need 25. The conversation yesterday was, is that fair? We don't determine that currently on businesses, whether they're owned by a sole proprietor or corporations or individual homes, right? So that was where the discussion went yesterday, and then that's why we brought it back today, just to determine what that amount should be or where we should place that tax amount. Recognizing that we could leave it until the time that we do the tax levy, and you can determine different tax rates at that time. That's council's prerogative to do. But because we're tight on the budget, that we also acknowledge that if we're going to go ahead with this, and perhaps maybe your strategy at this point is only saying up to a certain amount, and then that can be incorporated in when we set the tax levy as well. So that's another option you would have.
So Councillor Billingsley, do you have some thoughts that might appease the hangar owners?
Oh, for sure. Don't charge them any tax and they'd be happy as can be.
Anything reasonable?
Oh, anything reasonable. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Rebel.
And I guess, is this the place where we can change the bylaw of their taxation? Can that be done here? No. So what are we doing then? Are we then just setting aside dollars so if we do change it?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I think getting the direction from council gives finance the ability to say, okay, we're going to have reduced tax income of this amount. Then they would need to work with our assessors, get a separate subclass for assessment put in, do the inspections, all of the other pieces that we had highlighted in the business case. And then I believe, well, finance would bring the tax rate each year, but there might be other bylaws or policies that need to be changed. So that would give finance time to do that before you set the tax rate.
Well, I'm really happy, like, in the sake of fairness, I guess, and economic development is a whole other issue on this, and at this point I'm going to speak to fairness, as far as I'm concerned, fairness. I'm happy to see that it isn't the $130,000 to $140,000 to make things fair, whatever fair means. And I don't think it would even need to be at $87,000 because I don't think that that's fair either, right? So, which is good news for me. So if that's the case, I'd like to proceed forward with my suggestion yesterday of the 3 classifications of commercial, residential, and storage, I guess is the third term.
Is that a bylaw change then to the tax?
Sorry, if I may, we actually, our land use bylaw does indicate that it can't be used as storage other than for a year. It does have to be for an airport purpose, so they would have to be storing their airplane. But if you just put a classification as storage,
Aircraft storage
because
is
some
what I-
people they could use it just to store furniture for up to a year, for example. So there is some limitation on that. And then you're actually just making another, you're not setting, it's either residential or non-residential, and then you'd just be making a different tax rate based on the assessment type.
We do get the opportunity, though, to create a separate subclass, but we can't call it residential either. We have to call it something else. And I know some of the other airports that have done this have come up with creative names to not flag Transport Canada. So we would put together a recommendation for council on what that looks like and what needs to be changed.
And the two on the high side and the low side, those are easy in the sense it's commercial, non-commercial, or residential. I think the discussion needs to be, if council supports what I'm proposing, is finding that medium and what that number is for the garage / airport hangar / whatever we want to, whatever good word it's called.
You could just have it called airport hangar as well.
Sure, sure.
But we could come up with some names for you when we actually go to do the tax rate bylaw.
Right, but for budget purposes, are you looking for a dollar figure that you want to be able to set aside?
Yes.
So I think what we need to do right now is figure out a number that council is comfortable with. If it's nothing or $10 million, whatever it happens to be, I think that's what we need to do in terms of the budget, and the tax strategy for how that happens, I think needs to be a separate conversation if we're going to change the bylaw. But
You could consider it being called like an airport incentive or something of that nature, but just even right now, just an airport tax strategy, and just putting those dollars aside will help us to do that budgeting.
okay, so you want to propose an amount?
$70,000, I think, would be about the right number to get us there. Is that, of having all of the suites taken care of, turning them into a residential, the actual business owners paying commercial, and the hangar people who use it as their garage, who don't live there, paying somewhere in between. That would get, by the simple math that I'm looking at here, that seems to fit into that $70,000 or real close to it. Fair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, part of it, I mean, I understand why you want a dollar figure, but I'm worried that you're setting a dollar figure that we're going to try and get close to. So if we've got 11 residential with security suite, 11 commercial hangar business, you've got 38 airport hangar non-business, and somehow we know what's going to happen with the result of the 11 with the security suite. We know what the status is of the 11 with commercial hangar. You're saying, I'm prepared to lose $70,000, up to close to $70,000. And I worry that if somewhere in the middle it hits at 50, are we going to change the rate for them so we get closer to 70? You know what I mean?
And that's not the intent of
No,
what
I
I'm
know that's
going
not.
with. It's, to me, if we're at 22 and 11, 16 would be a tax rate that I would be set. I'm looking at what the tax rate number is and how that math calculates to be 70. And if that calculation ends up being 52, I'm okay with that. If
Okay.
it costs us 52,000, that's even better, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not looking to spend 70.
I understand.
I'm looking for a fair result, or a fair assessment and hope, but no more than
I hope
70.
it comes in lower than low.
We're not going to give away the 18.
Yeah.
At least I don't think we should.
Councilor Billingsley is looking at 70,000. Is there any other comments, questions, discussion? Barb?
Oh, sorry, thank you. The 11 security suite units are already residential for their security suite. It would just be the difference in the assessment that they're assessed commercial that we're indicating would go to the residential. So those 11 units plus the other 38 that are non-commercial would be somewhere in between that point. So that's the amount. If you were going to do the total between those 38 and the 11 that are not commercial, the total of that would be 87,000. So if you're going to do somewhere between and you're only going to do the security suites, that total is 28,000. So you could rest somewhere between those two. You can also set a maximum and we can bring that back at tax time for you and then you can adjust it.
Councilor Everly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I don't think, based on that information, I don't think I can support the 70,000 as it sits. I don't want to be in a position where we are encouraging people to not be actively using their hangars. If, for me, this drive is to try to help build the airport and people using our city and bringing things in there, I'd like to counter with the 28. Because that was based on the hangar homes, the quote-unquote hangar homes, not do that for this year, and as things come back where we're looking at what are sitting as just garages.
You made us, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Aberley, encourage them not to use it. What exactly do you mean by that?
It's an excellent question, Councillor Billingsley. Thank you. As I sit here and I picture it, the people who are active in our community asking and living in their hangar homes and continuing to do other things in our community where I could see an offset of the taxes, I can see myself supporting that, and from the information I've been given, I believe that's the 28,000. For the other 38 hangars that we have no indication of how often they're in and about our community, how often they're using it, doing that, I'm not prepared at this point to quote-unquote leave that for that's what our airport's going to turn into. If we have a vision, maybe it would be argued later, but I'm not comfortable with that 70,000 that could just be encouraging people to come in at a lower rate, neither claiming it as, not claiming it as a commercial building and getting into those loopholes until I have the airport tax strategy more aligned. I think that's what I mean.
Councillor Elliott.
In a democratic society, we can't tell people where they live and how long they live in that residence. We have people who work overseas or in other countries, and they may be gone for 6 months at a time and may own a house in Wetaskiwin.
Yep.
So to say that you can't build something out at the airport and then you have to live there X number of days per year, I don't think that that's very fair. That's what I heard you say.
Yeah. May I just clarify? It's for the ones that are just being used as storage. I don't want to classify them they could very well be living in Wetaskiwin. They could very well be living anywhere, but is that our vision for the airport? And until we get the master plan back, until we understand what this tax strategy is, I'm not comfortable on giving a tax deal, and I'm trying so hard to use the right words because I'm getting wrong, is reducing taxes on those areas that encourages that. But the people we know that are actively living there because they have the residential portion added, I would support reducing that to encourage that happening at the airport. I think the big garages is just too big until we have a better strategy.
To Sue through the chair, if we do this, do we then have the ability to inspect what's there to determine whether or not business is being conducted inside so-said hangars? That we probably don't have that ability now, and is that in the realm of something we could or should be doing?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe we actually had that in the business case, indicating that we should go in and verify. Our auditors have the right to go into every home, as do, I think we have it through the airport as well. So we do have the ability to go in and confirm what's exactly happening.
Wonderful.
So I've got 70 counted by 28. Councillor Nielsen.
Oh, yeah. 32, no. No, I've got nothing to counter. I think the issue that we started with is I'm being taxed commercial when I'm not commercial. I'm residential. And I think we've got a solution on the residential side, but in doing so, we've created the second problem, which is we now have the commercial piece, which is no different than it's always been, but then we have a non-business, non-security hangar, which is not commercial, but it's not residential. And I think what I heard you saying, Councillor Aberley, is I'm okay with cutting some tax slack to those people who are a security suite, have a security suite, but if you've got a hangar, we're still going to tax you full commercial, and thereby keeping this at 28. And I think all we've done is created a second unfair tax class, because they are not, in our terminology, commercial. Although I do have to say I'm not crazy about 70. I like the number 51.5, but.
Okay, let's vote on 70. Straw poll in favor, green, foamy, red, foamy. 70 is not passed. Countered with 28. Who's in favor of 28? Not passed. Looking for another option.
I threw out 50.
51.5. Those in favor?
My arm's getting tired, Karen.
51.5 it is. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That goes to taxes. Yeah.
I didn't put that into my dreamscapes last night.
Not the right people in the audience today.
You got that in this
What did you think about it?
51.5.
And that this part is 28. That's second class with 30 units. Isn't that much of a difference from the residential or from the
Okay,
commercial?
where would you like to go to next? Spin the wheel. ROI?
Fees and charges recommendations were also on the list, but I believe we're going to talk about that at the December 12th.
Yep.
Okay. So, yes.
What's that? Let's stick with the hard stuff.
We don't have enough hours tonight.
We would if we would just stay on task. ROI with utilities.
And then after that, we can do,
Sure, yeah. Go ahead.
Where to go? Where to begin? Having sat and am sitting on the Peace Hills Utility Board representing council, we have been involved in discussions at that table with regard to tax or utility rates. And in those rates are two elements that have an impact on those utility rates. One is the cost that the city incurs for handling billing, paperwork, mail-outs, all of that. And that was originally put in at $500,000, and Sue's had another look at it, and that's now, I believe, $200,000. Is that right, Sue? The admin portion of that 1.2?
No, the admin portion, well, we had them equally split in this budget. The 1.2 is the admin and the ROI, but we reworked we're reworking that admin paper so that we can show the board. And I believe we were closer to 700,000 on the admin, and the remainder was the ROI.
So you're saying that the city is charging $7.75 to do billing for Peace Hills Utility and oversight?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it would include fleet, facilities, and finance.
And the ROI is 500.
Yeah, Barb, do you have the exact numbers?
Is the cap?
Make sure mic's on.
Sorry, got to get used to that. Yes, we did have it broken out where we just put 6.2 for budget purposes between the both of them. When we calculated out the amounts, the actual portion does also include the waste and recycling portion too. So we are closer to just 5 million for the return on investment and 7 point some million for, pardon me, 700 and some thousand for the actual admin fees. And that also includes things like the system costs for IT for utilities. There's an actual cost to that system. The fleet, of course, and a number of other staff members that are included in that too, that actually take to operate that, aside from the Aquaterra staff.
I don't even know how to comment. I would like to understand $750,000 and how that breaks out by fleet, facilities, IT, finance, admin. Because that's basically saying to me, the cost of us when we were running utilities was $700,000 to perform that service for our residents. But we were also transferring out, I believe, $1 million out of utilities onto the operational side. And if those numbers are accurate, that would suggest to me that we are up to $1.7 million transferring out of utilities to support administration and tax base. And I don't recall where we, in previous budgets, where we've ever talked about $1.7 million being part of the draw on utilities.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, if you remember, we talked about that 1.5 million was what we had for several years. And over the last few years, council each year has taken 100,000. Well, for 3 of the years has taken 100,000 and off. So putting it back on the tax base and less reliance on utilities. So we're down to that 1.2, and it absolutely is the same. One of the big differences too is whereas utilities used to pay for the billing clerk, that person is now in finance. So we had to take on the full allocation of that person as well, whereas before it was being billed into water and wastewater, and our tax base never saw that. So we do have this spreadsheet, and we can justify the admin fee portion of it, and it was 1.5 million, is down to 1.205 or something like that right now.
But if we're talking about the system cost of 700,000, and we've had to transfer one utility clerk billing person at $100,000, hypothetically, that leaves $600,000 of admin costs?
Go ahead, Barb.
If I may, you've always had those. We've actually reduced the amount over the years. So you've always had those built between that. Now it's just that you are Aquaterra, now we were billing them instead of ourselves, for example. So you've always absorbed those costs of administering that program. And now Aquaterra will be paying that cost of that portion. So the total return on investment and admin fees have actually been being reduced over the years. So it's not that we're not asking for 1 million return on investment. Although that would be nice if you're willing to do that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Sue, at the last, I think it was last council meeting, I think it was I who asked for the breakdown of the admin portion of this. I'm a little skeptical, or not skeptical is not the right word. I'm a little concerned that we went from 500 that we were told to 700,000. In our budget, I think it showed $1 million coming in, and now it's been reduced to 500. I'm not quite understanding of how this got changed, and if it got changed, why it got changed. I guess, like I say, I'd like to see the how we got from 500 to 700,000 on admin portion of to Peace Hills Utility. And is that a true cost?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe when I made the statement before, I said it's approximately $500,000. So the sheet that we had, like Barb talked about the equipment pool and storm, and it had all of our utilities on there. And so when we broke out those pieces, we're still going to have to provide, and so it was just an estimate, but we still have to provide all of those other services to support this. And so we have that spreadsheet, and I can share it with council. But we haven't changed. It's not $1 million and $500,000. It's, we used to charge 1.5 million. We now charge 1.2. And the numbers are the numbers. So the admin fee is one portion of it. The rest of it is the return on investment.
So when we were given this and it was at $1 million, let's just say the ROI, was that a calculation of anything? And is this 500,000 a calculation of anything?
So if you remember, when we had looked back originally, I had told council that at one point, it was one number, it was combined.
Yep.
And then someone in finance, 10 years ago or more, decided that they needed to break it out between an admin fee and an ROI. And then we could not find any proof of a calculation at that point. And so they had it pretty evenly divided. And then at one point, since I've been here, the finance department said, no, the ROI should be whatever the maximum is that the Alberta Energy and Utilities Board will allow. I can't remember the exact percentage. And so they raised the ROI and lowered the admin fee. Somehow they got reversed in one of our previous budgets, but that's what it was supposed to be. So what we did was the exercise of going through and justifying all of the different staff positions that have a hand in Peace Hills Utilities, and identified a percentage of their salaries, and that's how we came up with what the admin fee is. That includes our mechanic, our facility staff who have to go check all the facilities and still maintain fire extinguishers and all of those other pieces. Our finance, so it's not just the one utility clerk, there's
Cashiers.
Barb's time and Brenda's and cashiers and me when, you know, when people are complaining. Did we even, I haven't reviewed the latest sheet, but I mean, even council should be, a portion of that should be council's involvement. And so we really tried to go through and identify in a defendable way how much time we're actually spending on that function. And Barb did send me the draft spreadsheet, but I just haven't had a chance to review it and send it on to you yet. And it's something that, again, we believe it's fully defendable. The lawyers got me the agreements this week between the city and Peace Hills, and so that fee is going to be linked to those agreements, those fees for service, and so we'll make sure that they're run through the lawyers as well before that's brought to the board for approval.
And numbers, as you say, numbers are the numbers. And the difficulty I'm wrestling with here is, how do I know, other than you tell me, so how do I know that when you say, well, part of this is council and part of this is the guy that goes to the facility, so we're going to give him a 0.2, and this is the clerk, and that's a 0.1. And how do I know that when it's all said and done, the clerk isn't, the singular clerk isn't portioned out to add up to 3? You know what I mean? I understand how you're trying to prorate people's direct involvement in an activity and or a process. But at the end of the day, we talk about FTEs, but then we take those FTEs and break them up into a wide multitude of billable components. And when you say, I can show you how much is fleet and facility, but you gave examples of the guy that comes out and checks the facility. So I'm sorry, maybe I'm just punchy here, but I don't know how, I understand what you're trying to say to me. I don't know how I can be assured, or how would I know that Tommy, the guy that's I guess it is Tommy, checking facilities, hasn't been prorated back for billing beyond what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that's a whole other discussion about managing staff. And I mean, if there is a lack of trust from Peace Hills Board or Council that we're actually spending that time there, I could get staff to track their time in 15-minute increments for a year if that's going to make you feel better about this.
No, I'm not trying to be offensive here, Sue. That's not my intention here at all. we went to a Peace Hills meeting, and we got informed, not by our staff, but by other people, Aquaterra and Graham, that the city was asking for $500,000 on admin costs and $1 million on ROI. Now, we didn't give them those numbers, but those are the numbers they presented back to us. When those numbers got questioned, then there was a recalculation to 1.2. And now that 1.2 is being split out very, very differently than what I was led to believe, and I can't speak for Dean or Karen, but what I was led to begin at the beginning. And that's what I'm wrestling with the calculation. And Dean, you're asking for a formula, and I guess I'm just trying to understand how we arrive at 1.2, because the hit on utilities to the consumer in this community is going to be a jolt.
Go ahead, Barb.
The utilities has always had that 1.5 in, so it's not an additional hit, because they've already been always paying that. Okay, so they actually already have been paying that. If we were to do a return on investment of 8.5%, I guarantee you it would come to well over $500,000, and we would gladly accept that part too.
Barb, I think the confusion comes though is that when we were talking at Peace Hills Utilities, we were using general numbers. So the money, that budget line has always been in the budget line. The fact that Graham Capital didn't include it in the rate calculation was an oversight while we were going through this, obviously, because it's always been in the budget. And I used the 1.5 as a number. That's what it was when I got here. But 3 years in a row, and I think the last year was 2019 when Diana had done the budget, was the last year we reduced it by another 100,000. It's 1.2. It's been in the budget since 2019. And the fact that it wasn't included in the original calculation was an oversight on that side, on Peace Hills Utilities. So it's not like we're just making up numbers and trying to throw things out there. It's always been there. And since I've been here, we've justified it the exact same way. I've had that spreadsheet. I have the original back with names of people that haven't been here since 2019. So I've been tracking that since we started, or since I started here.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Sue. So Sue, when you say fleet, so does fleet mean our vehicles that are going to water treatment and back?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the agreement between Peace Hills and Aquaterra is an operating agreement only. Peace Hills has an agreement with the city. The city owns all the assets. So the equipment that Aquaterra is using is owned by the city. We charge to Peace Hills Utilities as part of that agreement. And that's, yes, so the truck going to the water treatment plant is still the city's, but through 2 series of lease agreements, Aquaterra is using it. But we're still responsible for it.
So that comes out of the equipment pool?
It comes out of Peace Hills, so it's all part of this this admin fee ROI piece that we're looking at, is to try and cover the costs of the work that we have to do. If there's parts or replacements, that's over and above, and Peace Hills Utilities would be responsible for that.
Okay, so I'm just sound like Councillor Aberly, but just to be clear, so if finance is doing so much work for Peace Hills Utilities, that's being charged to Peace Hills Utilities, and it's not being charged to the city?
It's, yeah, through the admin fee, correct.
Right? Yes.
Yes.
So if the salary was $100,000 and they're working half-time doing finance for them, which is a little high, but anyway, then the 50% would not be charged to the city, it would be charged to Peace Hills Utilities.
Yes. But through that admin fee, so we're not getting more money on top of that.
No, yes, so it's being subtracted from the city But it's on the admin fee, which is being charged to Peace Hills Utilities?
Correct.
Okay. I think I got that. Thank you.
Anything further? Was there going to be a direction coming from this, or can we move along in the parking lot? Go ahead.
Do we know what happened on the utility side if the ROI was 0? Not the admin fee, the ROI.
Sorry, do you want to know what that amount is?
Sorry?
You want to know what that amount
Yeah,
is?
like from a percentage. We've talked about with 1.2 coming out of Peace Hills into the city, the utility rate was around 30, help me, 38?
Make sure your mics are on, please.
Well, at one point when we talked about 1.5 coming out, it was sitting around 40, is that accurate?
Yep.
Your recollection? Okay.
40 what?
Percent.
40% increase. So if the ROI was $500,000, if the ROI was 0, what would that do to the percentage increase to utility rates?
Go ahead.
I may not be able to speak to your utility rates, but I can tell you, you will have a tax increase that you will have
Oh,
to
for
come
sure.
up with.
They're looking
for
at what the
500.
difference is going to be for a utility rate increase.
Just throw it on the floor.
So, Mr. Chair, through to Barb. Barb, what would be the tax increase if the return on investment was 0? That $500,000 goes into the tax base. So that would be 3%. 3 would be, yeah, about 3.2% increase.
Correct, just over 3%.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine, Dean, I withdraw the question.
Well, I do know that if it was going to be 1.5, that the Peace Hill Utilities paid back to the city or the shareholder, it was going to be 40% increase to everybody's utility bill.
But that's including the cost.
The 30% was an additional 10% increase.
So a third of that will be,
Well, so you're probably 37%
Yeah.
increase to your bill.
or decrease if you took off the $500,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. Anything further on ROI? City assessor? Okay. Next up is the city assessor, who asked for that to be in the parking lot. Or the conversation.
I think it was me. And the topic is not the city assessor as such, but it goes back to at one point, Sue said in the conversation, I was talking about what we get for $18 or $18.50 per assessment, while other communities are spending $23, $24, $25. And the comment was, well, tell me what other services you might want. I don't know what services I want because I don't know what I get. And I don't know what I'm getting in relation to another community that's paying $23 a head. And I don't understand why a community, other than our own, would pay $23 a property when we're paying $18 so they can get better services. So what are the services that are they getting that will benefit the community, or is it just more information and data collected? So I don't have enough of an understanding, so I'm not arguing the position.
Yeah. So do you want to make a motion then that asks for a report or a report back on the...
Sure. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to move the council directs administration to provide a report to council outlining what services we're getting from our assessor and what other services could be provided and what those services would cost and what the benefits of those services might be in relation to also in relation to a few comparators.
Brought back at the February 27th meeting?
If that provides them enough time to provide
That's enough time, 3 months? Karen will pull your motion up on the screen and just make sure that it covers what you're looking for.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Instead of doing all of this, what would happen if administration and council met with the contractor and just went over this with the individual to talk about what services they might be able to offer in addition to what we're getting and what the cost would be? That could be done in one meeting instead of having a staff member spend a bunch of time doing research. I don't know, is that too simplistic?
Pardon? Yeah. February 27th. Is that a possibility to sit down with the city assessor?
I'd withdraw my motion and support Bill's statement. Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
But can we change, well, your motion, could we change it to ask administration to set up a meeting with the city assessor to review costs, services, and potential of additional services? Like everything that you're looking for in a report, but have that as a meeting with the city assessor?
That would be fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so then administration would get back to us with a date that works for them and the city assessor? Yeah, it would be a motion to ask that city administration sets up a meeting with this assessor to discuss the following, and then what Councillor Nielsen had in his motion.
We typically bring them in, formerly P&T and then through COW, so we'll just set it up on a regular council day.
Perfect, even better. So it'll come back to a P&T. Do you need direction?
They used to come every year, and
Yeah.
then there was a disconnect between them and council, so we just stopped bringing them in.
All right.
But they're more than happy and willing to come in at any time, so we can arrange that right away.
Okay, I'd still like a motion, just so that it's on the records. Okay. No, that's okay.
I did capture it on the screen.
Okay. So administration will set up a meeting, or we'll set up the city assessor to come in to AT&T and discuss services, costs, and the potential for other services that may be available. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. I see what you did there. Do you have a preference for what's up next? Equipment pool is next. Who asked for that to be brought back?
I question, and without repeating myself, is we're putting another $700,000 in or thereabouts with $3 million in, and we're once again not spending any of that money. And I assume the $700,000 was a 5-year, 10-year average of what we actually do spend. But if that's the case, then you'll never touch the principal of $3 million that is sitting in there. So if that's the case, I would make a suggestion to drop that down to $500,000, and that would still leave us quite safe in our position of having some equity in the equipment pool reserve.
Do you have an opinion?
To the chair and council, that was one of the suggestions that the team came up with, as well as to reduce the amount going to the equipment pool for now, and then once we do the review and get a report back to council, if there is a need to increase it, we could discuss it then.
Okay. So the proposal is to reduce the money going into the equipment pool from $700,000 to $500,000. I will open the floor to discussion.
I'm going to do some quick math here.
It's like 1.24%.
But I'm wondering, calculation I'm trying to make is that if we reduce it to $300,000 instead of $500,000, and we do spend $700,000, how many years? That's about 8 years before we even deplenish what's sitting in the reserve, thereabouts.
We were told yesterday it was $610,000, I think, a year on the equipment pool that was spent. So that would be, the $3 million would be 5 years, and we would still have interest coming in on that money as well, so.
10 years.
3 million times 600 times 5 is 3.
Plus the monies that we'd be putting in over the
Oh,
years.
okay, yes. I think that's what you said, wasn't it, Brenda? But no, that's okay. I think I trust my memory to 610.
Thought
You
it was
said that was
680.
that was an average or something that you said was, over the last 5 years, was $610,000 or something.
Based on the reserve policy, so through the chair, based on the reserve policy, I think it was supposed to be 689? 687,732.
If that was the case, $325,000 per year would cover for the next 10 years, based on that purchasing, thereabouts. So I'm going to change it from 500 to 325.
I would caution you in that if we haven't spent any money in the last few years, that we don't have 10 years to build it back to where we need it to be. We probably have 7.
Okay.
And I don't want to borrow to buy equipment. I'll counter you at 450.
I'm okay with that.
Any further discussion?
450.
At 450? Green foamy, red foamy? Carried unanimously. Yeah. What would you like to do? Okay, we will do discretionary spending, and part B will be the Heritage Museum.
Part B, so I'm still sick.
You're staying for discretionary, yep.
Well, bring it. Well, you can't hear. We'd have to go on camera.
Anything on discretionary spending? Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Question is to administration through the chair. Is there any way we can combine the assessment notices and tax notices and put them all into one mail out and save ourselves $3,000 to $5,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we certainly can. That was something that Barb was talking about previously.
Thank you.
Say that again, combining?
Currently, we send out separate assessment notices and taxation notices, and there's two different thoughts on this whole thing to keep them separated, but a lot of communities send out their assessment and their tax notice on the same sheet. And so you're saving on the printing, the postage, all of that sort of stuff by sending one notice instead of two.
Well, you get the assessment and then you have your period to appeal.
Mm-hmm.
So you would send your assessment and your tax notice, you would send your tax notice that much earlier?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that was possible. Gotcha. Okay.
And if anything, I think that would be a good thing, because the assessment to people, even though it really is the important thing, that
Don't
doesn't,
pay attention to it.
they don't
till it's a
resonate
dollar.
what
Yeah.
their assessment is. They resonate that I owe $4,800.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Will direction from council, green, foamy, red, foamy?
Could I ask a question
Of course,
about
yeah.
that?
Yep.
If we're talking about sending out things electronically, is it possible that this could be done electronically if we have people's email addresses?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, if and when that gets up and running, we could certainly do that.
Why are you laughing?
Because I'm saying F.
Oh,
No Fs.
okay, no, because that would save even more money, obviously.
It would, yeah. We just need the ability to do it first.
Thank you.
Green, foamy, red, foamy, if there's no further discussion, carried unanimously. Any other discretionary expenses?
Yesterday, through the chair to Sue, you spoke about a $10,000 initiative for the youth. I think you called it training incentive Yeti. How important is that? What does it entail? And how long have we been doing it?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it's new. And I'm not sure if Vern is still here, but he was prepared to come in and speak to some of those things. As far as I remember, it was a initiative with the schools to try and get the youth employment. It was a program, you know what, I'm not even going to try and remember this. I'm going to see if Vern can come in and talk about it. But it is new.
And I'm wondering then if this shouldn't have been a business case.
So in the beginning, when I talked about the direction to staff, it was if you were not going to be raising your overall budget more than inflation, then you didn't need to, but if you were, then you had to do a business case, and so that's why there was no business case for this.
Oh, right.
We're looking for a coherent explanation on Yeti.
You'll have to remind me exactly what Yeti is.
The youth employment,
Training incentive.
yes.
Yeah, we do have relationships with, I can't think of the name of her agency now, Moira Kennedy, who is very actively involved with connecting local people with local jobs. So that is, that's the line item there, is our contribution to inspire that activity through Moira's office.
So this is not something, through the chair to Vern, this is not something that you're initiating. It's basically I hate saying the word donation because that may not necessarily be right. But
An existing relationship.
Thank you. So, but there'd be nothing that your office would be doing with?
Not directly at this time. We are looking at a more hands-on approach to engagement of youth and making them aware of local jobs and making that connection from education to private sector. We have, as of yet, been unsuccessful in getting a meeting with the school division, despite a number of communication exchanges back and forth, to set up meeting times. That hasn't materialized yet, so we're not comfortable to proceed with that project that we would initiate in time for the 2023 budget cycle.
This is probably not a fair question to ask Vern, but they do have work experience in the high schools wherein young people are connected with local people and they get trained and sometimes they even get paid, and then it develops into a job, even if it's a summer job or a part-time job. How would this be different?
The difference is that the EDI program isn't specifically targeted to the high school age individuals.
Okay.
So YETI, my understanding is, targets youth up to age 25.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask something not related to YETI to the economic development? Okay, fine.
One issue at a time.
Fair enough. Don't leave.
Anything further on that?
Can we have a vote to keep it or not?
Yeah. Would you like to make that?
I would like to eliminate it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is there tremendous value? Is there something that we can work towards in the coming years? Essentially, is this a hill you'd like to die on to keep?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, previous fire chiefs have talked about having young firefighters, training younger people, so eventually when they got old enough they could be firefighters. And we are looking for firefighters at this time, and maybe when you can have this youth employment training incentive and connect it with the fire department.
They're doing that already. They're reaching out and trying to build that relationship.
They have money for it?
I think it's more relationship building and making sure that they have that they know that that's available to the students. Yeah.
Thank you.
Green foam, red foam, in favor of keeping it or not?
This is to, I said to gas it.
Oh, well, sure. Usually we don't have negative motions, but.
So what are we voting on here then?
So.
Eliminating it.
We're eliminating it. Eliminated. Now you can ask a question regarding ActGov.
ICSC. I see that it's back on the program, I guess. We used to attend, or the city, and you're probably aware of that, and then we got told, I don't remember who, somebody in the organization, International Council of Shopping Centers. It's a big conference that's, anyway, the question I have for you, I won't be quite as direct as the mayor was if this is the hill to die over, but more so, you see value in this?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I wouldn't see us entertaining the notion of having a booth where we're going to be static and then hope that the right people come and find us. I do, however, see tremendous value in being in the facility to work the room. So we are planning to attend in 2023 as delegates, where we can go and seek out the opportunities that we're looking for as a community. I am aware that Avenue Living and particularly our mall manager is also going to be at the conference with another representative from Avenue Living. And I have let other developers that are looking for opportunities know that Wetaskiwin will have a presence there if they want to make sure that we have their marketing material with us as well.
Question answered. Thank you.
Anything else for Vern while we have him here? Quick run.
Quick run.
Thanks, Vern. spin the wheel of
Oh, I like
where we
that.
go next? All right, oh, right, that was part B. Heritage. Oh, sorry, you're right. Any more discretionary spending that you want to talk about? Yes, there is.
Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
We have money set aside every year for council orientation of $20,000 and strategic planning every year. Through the chair to Sue, I guess. Do we need to put that much money aside? Do we every year need to bring in a facilitator? Is it something that we can do as a group once? I mean, have a facilitator every so often, but do we need one every year? And if we don't, why are we budgeting for it?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, in an election year, I believe we for sure need the $20,000 because we're doing a lot of work to reset a corporate strategic or a council strategic plan. In the subsequent years, we could get away with half of that. We were hoping to do a bit of a retreat with council each year, and so we do need to keep some money in there. We are talking about doing it in-house again, and potentially having a facilitator for part of it, so we'll do as much as we can in-house, but it's important to keep some money in there for sure.
Before you make an
Offer?
yeah, I would use the word caution again. Caution against in-house and working through it with our staff and council. There's incredible value in learning from other people, other facilitators, different experiences, and a fresh set of eyes on what we're doing in terms of council, and honestly, it's a good team building, relationship building portion of what a council needs and should be doing over the 4 years that they're working together. High functioning councils are very focused on that aspect of it, and I think in previous years we've not focused on that, and in previous years I think it's reflected in council's ability to work together.
And I'm not disagreeing with what you say, so I'm wondering if we budgeted 20, that we spend the 20, or we budget less on what we actually do. In other words, if it's there, then let's use it because you see the value in it, or we should see the value in it. And if we aren't going to do those things, then why are we putting the money aside?
I agree, absolutely. I think there needs to be a better focus and it needs to be a priority.
So the question is, if it becomes a priority and we team build like crazy, on average, over the next 5 years, including bringing in facilitators, will it cost $100,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes. The 20,000 was actually lower than the original bid that we got in when we were looking at councils last year. Sorry, before the election. So we did look at it as an average over, and yeah, it's tight.
Consultants are expensive.
Yeah, that's another field you could go in.
I got my future ahead of me. This is awesome. Sick of me yet? Don't answer that. Mm-hmm. I'm okay.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to part B, Heritage Museum. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I must declare pecuniary interest.
Thank you. You're excused. Yeah, she just can't discuss her vote on it. Yep. Correct. So it's the, So they had asked for 75. Last year, I think council gave 50, and then it was proposed to, I think I proposed to meet in the middle and go 67.5. So it's the contribution from the city to the Heritage Museum outside of the grant and aid because it had been separated a few years ago.
Part of my rebuttal, though, has to do with in-camera, I believe in-camera pieces, I think.
They had 2 funding requests, right?
Yeah, so, part of this is a
Was there-
contract negotiation right now, so I think if the discussion needs details, we need to go in camera.
That's kind of where
Yeah,
I'm going.
and then the event side of it.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's kind of merging the two, and I don't want to speak out of,
Sure, make the motion.
I move that we go into camera.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried, thank you.
I'm sorry.
welcome back to Budget 2023. Looking for a motion to come out of camera. Moved by Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Okay, I think that covers everything under our parking lot. We've got a list of BIRs.
Do you want me to start?
Please, yep.
Okay. The first one we have on the list is the cost of curb ramps versus regular for that corner, and I believe Kathy has an answer.
Through the chair and the rest of council, I believe the question was the cost of a curb ramp versus the cost of having just a regular curb and gutter with sidewalk, and the difference is about $300. So a curb ramp is about $300 more than if we were just to put curb and gutter and sidewalk around a corner. And then there was also a question from Mayor Gandam regarding a location on 48th Avenue between 45 and 46th Street. The reason why that was done was because there was no curb and gutter there in the first place.
Perfect.
The next one is the airport tax strategy, new tax structure costs. I think we went through that in the parking lot.
Yep.
Okay. The next one was percent of population of the airport served.
So I don't have a specific percentage for population served at the airport, but I do have some items that we, I guess, have at the airport that are available to all community members, and that's the Medivac service that utilizes the airport, as well as the RCMP helicopter, and then the airport in itself does create jobs. I don't have the specific number, but I guess that's kind of a piece of the population that the airport serves, but we could do some more investigation if council requires that.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, a number of years ago, there was a study done on the airport and the businesses out there, and they created about $16 million worth of business in a year with salaries and purchases of goods and those kinds of things. Now, I don't know how accurate that number is today, but I do remember from that, at that point in time, we're talking about runway expansion and things, and it was about $16 million.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Kathy, thank you for that information coming back. Part of my inquiry into that was a little bit rhetorical, but the other part is I'm hoping that a better understanding of the impact will also be coming out of the business case that we approved, so I'm happy with that information, so thank you.
You're welcome.
The next one was revenue from recycling, Kathy.
So to date, actually I shouldn't say that, from January to the end of June of 2022, the recycling revenue was about $17,000. We haven't had a lot of revenue generated for the last half of this year. That's due to market changes, essentially. We're actually paying to take items to market because the market is just so poor right now. So we haven't actually made any revenue over the last number of months.
Any questions yet? Councillor Nielsen?
So Kathy, when you say we haven't made any money over the last couple of months, when you give us the figure of $17,000, is that net against expenses like to haul the stuff into the city and all the rest of it? Or is that just what we're being paid for what we haul up there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that is strictly what we're getting from the recyclers to bring the stuff there. It does not include equipment, human resources, or things like that, fuel.
And not that I'm going to try and hold you to this, but if you had to sort of guesstimate net, what would you see the cost of recycling being? Revenue in, expenses to get there?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so just looking at our actuals that I can see through Questica, we've also been paid by the County of Wetaskiwin about $31,000, so we're just shy of $49,000 of revenue. Our expenses to date are about $24,000. So we're sitting at, I guess, net 25,000.
But we'll not see any more revenue from the county.
Not for this year, no.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, next.
The next one is also for Kathy. Breakout for Parks summer students.
Okay, so for our casual park operators, so we typically hire 18 casual employees for the summer, and that cost for expenses is about just under $233,000 for that, in comparison to our 6 full-time with benefits, salaries. WCB is about $498,000 from full-time to part-time, or to casual, pardon me.
Questions?
Through the mayor to Kathy, is that because of the STEP grant? This temporary, summer temporary employment program?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, we do get funding from the Canada Summer Jobs Grant.
And that goes towards our summer students?
It does, yes.
Okay, thank you. And is that program being carried on again in '23, do you know?
As far as I know, that the government is putting that grant forward again, so we will budget for that.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was reassessing all properties with the current contract. That was about the assessor, so we will discuss that when they come. The next one was for Barb, inner city transfer balancing out, so that's on the page 1. Barb can answer that one.
Hello. We've gone through a couple of those things just on the inner city back and forth. One of the ones, and there was questions about the TCA. So the TCA transactions balance out to the transfer from equity and capital assets. So I'll speak to those first. So if you go to line 493 and 597, on the first page was just your operating summary overview. So that was on the very first day, page 1. So those two balance out. So that's where we were talking about. When it rolls up, unfortunately, it still calls it TCA or inner city transfers now on 496 and 596. The difference in that is the portion between what we collect from administration fees and the portion that we transfer to the library for the in-kind and things like that that we don't get the revenue for, but we do also get admin fees for things like from Peace Hills Utilities and that, but there are things that cost us, including our portion of other items that we transfer over. So does that help to explain a little bit? So that's where you're not getting that one-on-one correlation, is because you have those other fees that come in there that we are paying for on their behalf.
Yep, go ahead.
So, in theory is a wonderful thing, the difference should be made up of in-kind, because we give the library $90,000 in rent, I believe. Does that sound right?
So, yeah.
Right, and then snow removal, utilities. What's the difference between?
$165,000 is actually what we give the library.
Okay.
And then sorry.
So that, therefore, in theory, if there's that, for sure that those difference should be no more than 165, because
that's part of it. So
right.
yeah, and then there's like less, of course, the library admin fee, so we put that into the revenue side and into the expense side. And then you have the Peace Hills admin fee, less the expenses that we have. And it also rolls up the ROE to, or pardon me, ROI for that and the sewer and, or pardon me, waste and recycling utility.
Now you just tweaked my interest a little bit here. This is going back a few topics ago. The admin fee, less our expenses on the admin fee? I thought it was cost neutral back to...
Yes, so that they basically take one of each other out on there. If you like, I can just forward you a copy of what the spreadsheet would be, or I'll have Sue do that.
I have more than enough confidence that you know what you're doing way more than I do, so I'm good.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Barb.
Time out for 1 second. Sorry, we're just going to lose the live stream.
Sorry, Councillor Billiot for, Billiot.
That's my
Oh, no.
email address, but
My
anyway.
apologies. So our live stream is going to end in the next 30 seconds, so I'm just going to end our live broadcast right now, and I need to restart a new one, and it'll take about just a couple minutes for it to switch over.
I may forget the question by then.
So,